Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming today. Kim and I were talking earlier, and this meeting is late in December for us. Usually we meet more around the 7th and 8th, but the way the calendar fell this year with December starting um, on a Thursday, it's kind of thrown us off a little bit. So thanks everyone for coming. I know we're in the end of year rush with work and reports and holidays and kids events and all the things. So really appreciate you being here. To start, we want to talk about the rules for procedure that we looked at the November 4th workshop or retreat. I made all of the suggested, tweaks that we talked about, and they're before you for approval. And you'll note that because we're in this sort of limbo between zoning ordinance, we're under the current zoning ordinance, but the new UDO goes into effect on June 1st. There's a couple of different citations for different things. So it's citing both the current zoning and then what will be in effect after June 1st. So are there any questions, concerns? Did we miss anything? No? Okay, great. And I'll just say for, the public's benefit, this is a living document, like our design standards, and we're always trying to make improvements with efficiencies. We've officially included the consent agenda in these. We've included a new process for signing off to changes to approved projects that are minor changes with the use of an executive committee, hopefully, so those don't have to come back to the commission to try and help projects move quicker through the process. So with that, I would need a motion and a second.
All right, so who wants to make a motion to adopt these new rules of procedure? All right. If you will turn on your mic and make that motion again.
My apologies. I'd like to make a motion to adopt the new rules for procedure.
Okay, perfect. So we have a motion made. Do we have a second? Motion made by Commissioner Walker, seconded by Commissioner Whitlock. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes. So motion to adopt the new rules of procedure passes 6-0. Thank you so much.
Great. And I was remiss in not officially welcoming Commissioner Wheat. She joined us for the retreat on November 4th and has finished up orientation and swearing in. And so we're so thrilled to have our new Wilmore representative with us today. So Sarah, welcome and thank you for joining us. And then the only other piece of information, we'll make the announcements about the agenda at the beginning of the meeting. There's one that's fallen off and one we need to move. But because it's so late in December, we're losing quorum probably around 5 o'clock, 5:30 today. And so I am asking if we can have an extra meeting in January because unfortunately, I don't think we'll get to hear many new cases today. And there are people that we're already set for January and we're already a couple months behind and getting further behind. So we're trying to catch up like we've done before. So I have two proposals for extra meetings. One would be on January 18th, which would be the third Wednesday. And then since March has 5 weeks in it, I'm also proposing an extra meeting for Wednesday, March 29th. And then as a part of good news, Brett Sturm with SHPO, I spoke with him on Monday, and he wants to come back and finish his presentation about alternative materials that we were so enthralled with at the November 4th retreat. And he can come either on Tuesday, February 28th or Thursday, March 2nd. So those are the dates for consideration. Kim, I'll turn it over to you if you want
Sure.
to pull the commission.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to start off by thanking you all. We've put in some late nights this year, and I really, and I'm sure staff appreciates would agree with me in saying kudos to you all. Thank you so much for your dedication and your commitment to serving our communities. As Christy mentioned, in an act to continue serving our communities, we would really love to just try not to fall further behind. And I think, we've done this in the past where when we've been inundated with multifamily applications, which we all know take quite some time, commercial applications that also take quite some time, we've dedicated an additional meeting to those so that our neighbors aren't penalized from not being able to be heard and have their application seen. So I'm going to ask you all to continue showing the commitment you showed so far in picking up three with Brett, which is fun, but additional meetings so that we can continue being good stewards and representatives for our districts. Thank you in advance for those of you who can and will do it. And so hopefully, once we're able to at least catch up a little bit, then it'll be smooth sailing until we get additional big applications. So please let Christy know as soon as possible because we want to make sure that we have quorum. And we want to be able to tell applicants who've been waiting for quite some time what we're doing to help the situation. Okay?
And I should say, the meeting with Brett, it's only a couple hours. Like,
Yeah.
it's however
Didn't
long
even
we.
throw that in there. That is.
It was just
yeah,
more of a fun.
Yeah. As a treat.
Yeah, we're in the
yes.
workshop. Yeah.
Hey, Commissioner
Okay.
Barth. So we were just to reiterate quickly, we've had a few larger applications come before the board, and so things are being continued. Larger applications are moving a little slower, and so there are people who have been waiting for quite some time and just aren't able to have their applications reviewed. And so we're asking for 2 additional meetings where we can help just catch up a little bit. And, of course, everyone here has already shown a lot of commitment and the amount of time they put in on the board, even staying really late. So thank you in advance for that. And thank you for doing that. And thanks in advance for the commitment to these 2 additional meetings.
Yes. Krista, hi.
Would you please just repeat the dates?
Sure.
Again.
Wednesday, January 18th, and I can pull it up on the screen here. So our regular meeting's on the 11th, and then the bonus meeting would be on the 18th. What?
Time, like, is it,
Same,
Like
same
half-
time.
same time.
I would say like probably not as long. It all depends on what we get through today. Yeah. And then, let's see. And then the other one is there are 5 weeks in March. So our meeting in March is on the 8th, and then proposing a second meeting on the 29th, which is what we usually do. We usually look for meetings or for months with 5 weeks to have extra meetings. And then the April meeting would be 2 weeks later on the 12th. And then the fun meetings with Brett would be either Tuesday, February 28th or Thursday, March 2nd. And I think anytime after like we could do like an 11 to 1 if we want to do like over a lunchtime or something. It's with Brett Stern with SHPO. He came, he had to cut his talk short on alternative materials at our retreat. And we asked him to come back, and he's like, yes, I can come back on these days. So, yep. Yes.
Related to Brett Sturm's visit, just this morning on the North Carolina Preservation Distribution List, there was a discussion about Raleigh approving fiberglass windows and the conditions under which they approve them.
I saw that
I
from
thought it was
Aaron.
fascinating and that
Yeah.
it would inform our discussions about them since we've considered them many times.
Mhm. Yeah, thank you. I have a note to follow up with Aaron and Colette and Raleigh to ask them what specific window they've approved.
I imagine our list of requirements would have been longer.
I would, yes.
Yeah, than
same.
what I saw, but I did think it was a really compelling discussion.
Thank you. All right, Kim, back to you. And I'll send an email out to everyone, and if you could just reply and let me know if we will have quorum for the 18th. We'll have to send mailings out by January 6th for the meeting. So if at all possible, I would like to know by next week who's available, who's in and who's not, so we can plan accordingly. Okay. Thanks. Ma'am. We should talk to her. Okay, yeah, however you want to, it's up to you, however you want to handle things.
Well, I first just want to thank Commissioner Heineman for staying on while we try and fill the Dilworth business seat. She did not have to do that, and yet she's proven herself to be a really valuable member of this commission. And so thank you so much, Jessica, for doing it. I would love if we had additional people who are interested in the position reaching out. But we, I think, have taken as much of Jessica's time as we can. And so I think that this will probably be your last meeting.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So thank you again for your service. You've done 2 terms and probably have enough of another one. You've done 2 terms and have continued to serve where we've needed you. So thank you for that. And we look forward to welcoming a new commissioner from the Dilworth business area. So if you're interested, please reach out to Christy and or her team.
Thank you. All right. You want to start the meeting?
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, with that being said, the Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the December 14th meeting. I'm Kim Parati, and I call this meeting to order at 1:04 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Jessica Heineman, Sarah Wheat, Scott Whitlock, Krista Lineberger, Jill Walker, Chris Barth. Also present are HDC staff Christy Harps, Jill Sanchez-Myers, Linda Keish, not Linda, Candy Thomas, Jenny Sugart, and did I miss anyone? I don't think so. I would love to start by acknowledging that the commission has resumed in-person meetings. That's very exciting. However, as a continuing health and safety precaution, the commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you are not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you'll be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC will close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be opened for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you'll be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please be mindful we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? All right,
Okay,
let's start.
so a few announcements before we get started. Application agenda item number 3, the applicant has deferred to January. And because we are going to lose quorum and a decision is required on application number 11, we need to move that up on the agenda to be the first continued case that's heard tonight. So 11 will switch to be number 9. And for everyone on the call, it looks like we're going to lose quorum around 5 or 5:30 tonight. So I will continue to keep everyone updated as we progress through the meeting about what cases will be heard and if there are any cases that won't be heard tonight. So thank you. Okay. And with that, I'm going to turn it over.
Christy, just to confirm, it's number 3 that's deferred.
Number 3, tree
Yeah.
removal,
Mhm.
1113 Myrtle Avenue.
Thank you.
So with that, I'm going to ask if our applicants for number 1, application number 1 is here. Amanda, are you with us either online? Come on up. Were you just sworn in? Perfect. Are you Ryan? Nice to meet you, Ryan. Thanks for coming. Okay, this first application is 719.
Hey, Christy,
Yes?
sorry, before you do that, we just want a little disclosure.
Okay.
I just thought it'd be worth disclosing. It appears the applicant is a previous colleague of mine.
Okay.
Just wanted to check with our attorney to see if there's any conflict.
So do you have any current business relationship with
No.
this person, or do you know anything about this project?
No, I do not.
Is there any reason that you feel you cannot be fair and impartial in
No.
deciding this matter? Okay, so in my legal opinion, there does not appear to be any conflict of interest, but if any of the commissioners or the applicant or staff would like to ask Commissioner Barth any questions regarding the conflict or the relationship.
Any questions, commissioners? Are we
And
out?
we'll ask
Okay.
the applicant too.
Okay.
Brian, do you, just press the button and when it turns green, it's on. It's on, there you go. Do you, are you okay with Commissioner Barth remaining on the commission, or would you prefer if he stepped off for this application?
No, I would be fine if
Okay.
he stays.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. This application is 719 Templeton Avenue, and it has undergone a number of changes. It was formerly a one-story brick ranch, but it was changed to look like a bungalow in 2006. So years and years ago, under previous design standards. And the proposed project is widening the existing front dormer and extending the walls of the two-story addition to infill the area between the side gable roofs. And so it would be right in here, extending this dormer and infilling right over here and over here. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ryan. Ryan, if you would state your name and your address for the commission, please.
Sure.
You just turn it off. There you go. Thanks.
My name is Ryan Wint. I work for Urban Building Group. We're at 342 Circle Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28207.
Thanks, Ryan. And I'm on slide 4. And if you just call it a slide number, I can move along and run through the presentation. But
Sure. Yeah, so we have our client at this address. They've lived there for about a year. And they've approached us to do a renovation addition to their home. I would say that the components, as Christy had mentioned, that are the key things, I think, for you guys to review are the front dormer, which you can kind of see in that top front existing picture. Basically, that dormer currently is in a bedroom, and we're looking to expand that dormer from a width perspective. I believe if you can scroll, Christy, to number 8. And you can see the above design that we have created is the existing condition of the home. And obviously down below, you can see the new gable end dormer that we are proposing relative to the size. And that size is increased relative to the head height we need inside. So we really tried to create and keep a lot of the integrity of the existing dormer relative to the dormer bracketing details, obviously the windows, and replicating the existing siding that is on the dormers currently. That's the main front elevation change. If we go back to number 7, this is where you can kind of see, as Christy had mentioned, some of the expansion of the gable dormers on the left and right side, as she's pointing to, where again, we are creating some head height relative to our interior design change. These are basically dormers that we've created that extend the roof line up from the existing without eclipsing the highest point of the existing gable. Again, these are infilled with the exact same materials for the rake and fascia boards, and obviously the siding as well that we're matching. No windows are present in these 2 extensions, given that we have existing windows in the space that we're going to meet egress. And those are the 3 major changes to the exterior. Here's a side elevation again that kind of proposes how we are integrating those dormers to the existing condition. You can kind of see from down below where that dormer is being tied in with the same siding material, and then up atop is the existing side elevation. Again, most of the effect of this is seen from the street is affecting the front elevation relative to the front dormer expansion. So.
Anything else?
No, I believe that's it, Kim. I also have on frame number 11, the window. There we go. There's the windows that we're proposing relative to the historic sizes of mutton bars and sashes that we have on the existing structure.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. Christy, do we have anyone on the line?
We do. We have one unknown caller.
Okay.
Hello, if you have called in to the Historic District Commission meeting, would you just state if you are calling in to talk about agenda item number 1, 719 Templeton Avenue? And if not, would you let us know what item number you're calling in for?
Yes, my name is William Emerson.
Hi,
And
William,
I'm
you're calling in for, are you calling in for number 4?
No, I'm calling in for number 12.
Oh, number 12. Okay, William, I'm gonna add you to an email list and keep you updated on where we're at throughout the meeting because we don't want you hanging out on hold for a couple hours.
I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, commissioners, questions for Ryan? I'll start. Ryan, thank you for presenting today. So the addition that's already there is non-conforming, and as just one commissioner on the board here, it seems that the addition, this new addition is also non-conforming. And so when applicants are making changes, we really love it when they get their addition or whatever change they're making closer to being conforming, not further away from it. Have you all researched or considered other ways to achieve what your homeowner needs?
We have considered some other options. Part of that was a cost analysis relative to the existing dormers that were on the gable side, where we basically tried to raise the entire ridge instead of trying to pop dormers into the existing ridge. Obviously, that means we got to take the entire roof off, and so that was getting to be a cost prohibitive exercise that we explored budget-wise that truthfully prohibit us from doing that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Excuse me.
I wanted to clarify the window choice, or I guess the design, what we're seeing on the drawing is not consistent with what you stated, that they were to match the existing. And I just wanted, I guess, to clarify that, and the additional, just the minimum, if you had studied what your options were to put the replacement windows in the gable. I understand you're meeting the egress, and that's always a challenge.
Christy, I'm sorry, can you turn to the front elevation? Thank you. Excuse me. So with the design of the front dormer, what we've kind of created is try to duplicate, again, kind of the, what I'm going to call the plus sign of the mutton bars that are in those two pair of windows. Again, play off of what is existing with that existing dormer. We did have to go to a casement style window here, just given the configuration of the mutton bars and how small the sizes would have been from a grid standpoint. So we did decide to go to a casement window here. I will say, to answer your second question, Ms. Lineberger, on the side elevation, Christy, if you can show that for me, number 9. We actually do show in our window schedule, there we go. We do show in our window schedule, that window right there that she just clicked on actually is a new window that we're putting into the dormer. And we had to do that relative to egress. And here, given the size of the window, we were able to try to replicate the overall size and proportions relative to those, and that duplicates on the other side of the elevation as well, on the left side. Yeah, that window in the first gable on the right. Does that answer your questions?
Well, that was more of my concern, were the side gables versus the
Yeah.
front. I mean, although the front doesn't quite have the same number of lights, the same configuration as the
3/4.
existing, but
Doing a 3/2 versus a 2/2 is what you're I think you're referring to.
Right.
Is that correct? Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I think pretty quickly we could consider doing that 3/2. It would cause us to have a little bit wider window, just given the width of the window now. We essentially matched the widths and obviously increased the height. And so we kind of went with the 2/2, just given, again, the window actual glass size. But if we wanted to consider going to 3/2 like everywhere else, we can definitely can consider that and just make the window a little wider in that room.
yeah, I mean, are you referring to the 6/1 that is typical on the house?
I'm sorry, yeah, I call it 3/2 just as the top sash only,
Okay,
but in your case, a 6/1 versus what we have now at the top is a 4/1. Sorry, I was referring to just the top sash only.
all right. And then I'm sure that, I'm curious to hear the other commissioners have to say about that, but.
Sure.
I agree with Commissioner Parati that that was my question also. What other studies that you did on that roof configuration that would meet your client's needs? Because that one's a challenge, I think.
Yeah, our first design was actually to take that first gable off and raise it up and maintain that integrity, but we got into a really big cost analysis with them, and their budget obviously didn't accept that. So we had to get real creative to how to get the head height space in those spaces inside. And so we try to continue that roof line of that front side gable to create the dormers that we have. I will say, I don't know from a perspective standpoint, our elevations, I think it's number 7. From a street view standpoint, I do know that those dormers are very invisible from the street. Yes, obviously, if you walk down the side of the structure, you can see them, but from the street view, they are not seen as well versus obviously the front dormer being pretty prominent.
All right. The widening of that dormer, the front dormer, seems to be hugging that forward-facing gable roof. Is that the case? It doesn't seem to be centered. It seems to be flush.
Yeah, actually is, Christie, if you can look at, I believe it's the, well, that's a good perspective too. I was even going to look at the floor plan to show you that space, but it does look like that in perspective. But yeah, there we go. So you can see in that front dormer, the relationship to the four cornered columns in the bottom there, which is obviously that covered porch in the front. We are not in the same plane as that, as it kind of looks like from perspective. So it does have its own separation from a view standpoint of that gable end.
Okay. Thanks, Ryan.
Sure.
All right. Other questions?
No.
Commissioner Barth?
Mr. Wendt, do you know, is the dormer that's already there, is that a dormer original to the house, or was that added on with the addition previously?
I believe, Mr. Barth, it was added on at some point. I don't know if it was part of the original part of the home. Our research didn't determine that. But that dormer, I believe, was added on, in my opinion, but I'm not 100% sure if that's accurate.
Okay. And Christie, could you go to the side elevations, please? I would imagine the addition on that second floor there, that sort of salt box roof shape, is that infilled piece rather, is that co-planar with the existing walls of the house and the addition?
It is, correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
On the first page of our application, it says that this was formerly a one-story brick ranch that's been altered with a front porch, front dormer, and two-story addition. So it's not original. Commissioner Heineman?
Have you pulled the 1987 register photos from the Historic District or SHPO on this project?
I have not, no, ma'am.
Christie, do you have access to those, or is that are they a microfiche? I think they might be harder to get to.
We
Correct.
We would have a survey photo, but we would not have the extent of the photos that SHPO would
I think-
have. I
Just
think
as a sidebar, it would be incredibly helpful in projects like these where it's a mystery what the original house was to see what we have on file. But I know that's not easy. I know it would be impossible to ask for it on every project. If I were to make a very educated guess on this, I would say that this first ridge that we're seeing on the side elevation is probably the original ridge because this is a pattern of development we see in a lot of the Dilworth mid-lot houses across the neighborhood where this kind of, if you go to the front elevation, which I believe is slide 8, where we put this kind of like point up in the middle of the original ridge and then use the height of that point to define a new ridge in the back. And it, under the old standards, it was something that was permitted. Under the new standards, it's not something that's permitted, but you see it all across the neighborhood. And so I think the most educated guess here is that that front ridge that we're seeing in the side elevation, if you can go back to 9,
Um,
is the original ridge.
so. I can confirm. I have the photos.
Thank you. That'd be awesome. And that this dormer and the hip point and 2-story, gable, the 2nd-story gable were all a part of this previous edition, which we probably have paper records of somewhere, but they're
We
hard to
do. And this was the original gable.
find. Right.
The house ended here. It had a rear addition here.
And then the
Um,
2nd-story gable got put on top of the rear addition and
all
connected
of
with that
this-
hip.
Right, and the front porch got added, so the house did come out to the front like this. You can see it in the site plan. This is original, right? But the porch was added. We have the COA. I can't pull it up right now, but I can certainly include it in
Thanks. That'd be helpful.
future.
I think actually what I'm getting at is I think this application is for an increase in ridge height on a mid-lot house.
Say that again, Jessica?
I think that the root of this application is that it's for an increase in ridge height on a mid-lot house because the historic ridge is being altered
Mhm.
in height.
Okay. Okay.
Which, of course, we do take under consideration, but I think generally it's taken under consideration when the site restrictions are such that there are very limited opportunities for accommodating the, changes in modern lifestyle, which is at the root of the mission of the historic district. So my other reservations, I think Commissioner Barth and Commissioner Lineberger already got to, which is the coplanar expanses of walls on the 2nd level on the side that do not have any windows, and the proportion of the proposed windows relative to the historic windows. But I think my primary comment is that if we pull up the history of this house, which we have relatively easy access to, this application is about a ridge height increase.
Okay. Other questions or comments for Brian before we close? Okay, why don't we close for deliberation? Commissioner Lineberger, will you lead us in conversation on this one?
Sure. I think that the challenge is when I look at our standards, for this to be non-compliant to the current standards already, and then to increase that, it just increases that and makes it more non-compliant, I guess, if we were to approve this. So that's my struggle. I would love to see, so I'm torn. I'm curious to hear what others think, but I would love to see another option on being more compliant, as you stated, with the standards and still maybe achieve what they're trying to achieve.
Yeah.
Less issue with the dormer on the front changing. I mean, I think that's more acceptable and,
Mhm.
In scale, and I think that could be tweaked to be conforming.
Yeah. So just, make notes in let's see here. There are issues with the roof form. Let's keep in mind that originally that this was a ranch, and so it's already quite complicated compared to where it started. And so there's one 6.10, numbers 1 and 4 are guidelines that speak to this. 6.10, is it 6.10.1? No. I'm at 6.13. I think, hold on. Also, the Secretary of Interior Standards, 2.5, would say that speaking for myself, when I apply the Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5, this doesn't meet that. It doesn't meet the, not making reforms complicated. So it doesn't meet that. It is taking a non-conforming addition and making it even more non-conforming. And unfortunately, for the applicant, we're not able to take into consideration budget, right? So the fact that it costs more to do it properly is not something that we can consider. We just have to consider the fact that if there is a change that's made, it needs to be towards conforming, not getting further away from it. So I'm in complete agreement with you, Commissioner Lineberger. And that's before we even get to coplanar walls and those other things that also matter. So other thoughts, commissioners? Commissioner Barth?
Yeah, I think certainly the addition between the non-conforming addition and the historic roof line, I'd probably like to see a restudy on that. Similar to Commissioner Lineberger, I'm more okay with the modification of the dormer since it appears it isn't original, as we saw in the description as well. I would ask, maybe staff might know this. I know for historic houses, we don't approve cementitious, but what about certain architectural elements like dormers in addition attached to those that are sort of integral to the historic structure, whether we approve that?
Are you talking about siding or?
Siding, trim.
So, the question I had was about the thickness and dimension of the cementitious, and we have done cementitious in the past as an addition, but not as replacement to, so we haven't done it as replacement for original siding, but we have done it as an addition, but it has to be that thick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess my question would be, this front dormer being such a focal point, especially from the front elevation.
I don't know that we've done that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's
I
still looked
can't
at,
bring it to mind. We could have, but
it's still looked at as an addition.
it is still looked at as an addition.
Yeah, other than that, I mean, some of the other comments that some of the commissioners had brought up about coplanar walls and things, I think we need to curb until we see a restudy of this roof and how the addition can be minimalized.
Yeah, and so let's go back to the standards I couldn't pull up earlier. 6.13, number 1, use roof forms that relate to existing surrounding examples. And number 4, proportionally, the new roof should not overwhelm the structure or be out of scale for the style of the house. And we haven't talked about the windows yet. And, just as you more than likely have to go back and restudy this, I would restudy those windows. We want comparable light patterns. We want to make sure that the proportions are from the top floor to the bottom are what they need to be. And so those are some other things to consider. All right, anything else that we need to add? Because it sounds like we're, as my daughter would say, singing the same song. So what are some additional things that we need to mention? And if there are no additional things, then can we get a motion going?
What is the general feel of everyone? Do you feel like this is a continuation? Or,
I think we usually try, if we're not going to approve, and it doesn't from the conversation sound like we are, it's generally our way to try and give the applicant another opportunity. And this might serve as an opportunity for Ryan to go back to his clients and say, you know, the commission is really adamant that we not move further away from a compliance, but instead move further towards it. Yeah, Commissioner Heineman.
I guess I would also provide some clarity that, like, the roof form that we're looking at in this application, if it comes back looking like that, it will result in a denial. That the idea that you have the opportunity to come back is so that you don't end up in the delay and at the back of the queue.
Thank you, Commissioner Heineman. Well said. Okay. So I saw you over there taking notes, Commissioner Lineberger.
I'll give it a shot. I would like to make a motion to continue this application for to comply with the following standards. Look at a restudy of the roof form and pitch per 6.13, numbers 1 and 4. I also had 4.5, number 2. And also for a restudy of the fenestration per 6.15.
Okay. Anything else we need to add to that list? Commissioner Barth?
It appears from this application that the front door is also being replaced. I'd like to see more information on the material on that, dimensions, that sort of thing. And I think we also need some additional material clarification on the siding, which may come after, or, you know, it'd be worth including in the next iteration of this application, but we'd like to see that.
And if the door is historic, then,
Doesn't appear so.
yeah, okay.
Can I
All
ask, can I throw something in?
Just one moment, Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Lineberger, are you happy to accept that friendly amendment?
Sure.
Okay, Commissioner Walker?
I'm not sure that this standard would apply as well, because I don't think we've seen what the original house would look like, but 6.20, number 6. Wait a minute. Number 3, I'm sorry, 6.20, number 3. In this particular instance, I guess that's a kind of a tough one to integrate that, but it's one of our guidelines, so it does exist.
I think it's worth mentioning because it further reiterates the fact that we don't want it moving further away from compliance. Thank you. That's a great one. Yeah, okay. And Commissioner Lineberger, happy to accept that friendly amendment?
Yes, I am.
Okay, perfect. All right, do you mind just restating it for us?
So I make a motion to continue this application for the following standards: to restudy the roof form and pitch per guidelines 6.3, number 1, and 4.5, number 2. Restudy the fenestration per 6.15. And I didn't write down what Commissioner Barth and Commissioner Walker added for my amendment. So 6.20, number 3. And Commissioner Barth, what was yours? Yours was the door.
Additional information on the front door being replaced.
4.10.
Thank you. And additional details, to provide additional details on the front door per guideline or standard 4.10.
Okay.
And we would also like a specification for the cementitious siding and trim to be used following a historically accepted alternative.
Okay. And so for new construction, that would be 6.18. All right. So motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Barth. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 7-0. Thanks, Ryan.
Okay.
All right, on to our next one.
Our next application is 301 East Boulevard. Rob, are you with us?
Good afternoon.
Oh, hi, Rob. Hold on. We can barely hear you. Rob, have you been sworn in?
I do not believe I have.
Can you talk a little louder?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. We'll swear you in. If there's anyone else on the call or in the room that hasn't been sworn in, and is going to speak on a case, please be sworn in now.
All right, if you will, please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Rob, it sounds like you're in a tunnel. We cannot hear you.
Sorry. Is there a phone number I can call in? Does this help?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay.
I want your testimony to be heard. So, yeah, it would help if we could hear you better. We just turned it up here. Let's try it again, Rob.
Okay. I'm sorry. Is that better? Can you hear me?
Oh, you hear me?
Are you good?
We'll try it.
Let's try it, Rob. And
Okay.
if it gets too difficult, then we'll
I
pivot.
apologize for that. I will talk louder. Good afternoon. I'm also joined with the architect, Tim Finan. He'll actually be doing the bulk of the speaking here to give the specifics of what we're looking to do. I am the owner of 301 East Boulevard.
Rob, is Tim in the room with you?
He is. I see him on video right here. Do you see
I'm here
him?
right now. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Oh, there's Tim. Hi, Tim. Tim, you
Hey.
were just sworn in too, right?
Yes, I was earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear. Okay, so I'll introduce the project and then I'll turn it right back over to you, Rob. This is a mid-century modern commercial structure built in 1957. So I know we're new to dipping our toe into mid-century modern with Oaklawn Park and McCrory Heights, so it's great to see a commercial version of this. And there are many changes suggested for the project. They are all outlined on the staff memo. So awning changes, material changes, some signage, some window replacement. And this is located on the corner of East and Cleveland. So with that, Rob, I'm going to turn it back over to you. And Tim, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure. My name is Tim Finan. Address is 826 Hawthorne Lane.
Okay. And Rob, the same, please.
Yes, Rob Taylor, the owner of the property. I apologize. Are you looking for my home address or my office address?
Either way.
My home address, 549 Walden Trail, Waxhaw, North Carolina, 28173.
Okay, thanks. Rob and Tim, the floor is yours. I can just direct me on where to go with the presentation, and we're on slide 5.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you guys for joining us today. We have it's a pretty fascinating project. Like I said, there's the mid-century modern commercial building. The owner here is looking to restore the building kind of to its original grandeur. As you can see, the kind of condition it's in now, several things are kind of gone in disrepair. Since he's recently purchased it, he wants to bring it back to not only, historical, significance as far as a mid-century building, but also is updating it for energy codes and other things to make the building more attractive for his tenants that he's going to end up putting in here. The building has a very horizontal greenish kind of greenish blue canopy on it that's also kind of in disrepair as well. It kind of really creates a very horizontal line in opposition to the vertical elements that the brick elements. And the windows currently are kind of a hodgepodge of some painted aluminum storefront and a mix of that and some steel windows. So I think it's just been over time been kind of butchered up, for lack of a better word. So what he's proposing to do is, as you can see from the first image, is replace that horizontal fabric canopy with a aluminum steel black canopy to have it kind of have more of an elegant feel to it. Also kind of maintaining that horizontality of the elevation that the mid-century modern design can have. And then also the horizontal siding to kind of emphasize the same kind of horizontalness of that fabric. So if you go to the slide before, you can kind of see the difference between the two elevations. So you see the horizontality of the kind of darker canopy here, and also the horizontality of that siding as well. And that siding is used in a couple buildings down the East Boulevard. If you, I guess you can look at these pictures here too, you can see some of the details of the windows, but some of the, like that 227 East has a very horizontal kind of wood siding element at the top as well. Yeah, if you look back at those images there you're clicking on, there's kind of some of the disrepair of the different elements. It's definitely needs to be kind of brought back to its original, state it was when it was built. I think what Christy's pointing out there is there are some horizontal elements that tie into the underneath the canopy that tie into the storefront. Those are we were planning to cover those with the horizontal siding to maintain the horizontalness of the elevation. If we kept those, it would make the elevation a little more vertical. So that was the intent of the design, having that kind of horizontalness to it. If you want to move to the elevation slide number 10, see the kind of horizontalness of both elevations there with the darker canopies on both. Another thing we're doing is we're maintaining the existing pipe rails at the top, and we're just painting those black to kind of match the new color scheme that we're changing it to. And all the windows are being replaced, but they're being replaced in the same mullion configuration. And the door as well is going to be replaced, since it's also a painted over aluminum storefront door. That so we're trying to kind of bring it all to a more of a true material instead of a painted something that shouldn't be painted. Really, it's an aluminum side or storefront with paint on it. If you go to the next one, you can kind of see the other sides as well. Slide number 11. So these we're pulling off the really long canopy that runs along the side, as it kind of seems out of place for the elevation. We're also at the back. This is the back of the building. The canopy continues to extend all the way around the building. We don't know when that awning was added or if it was part of the original design, but it's the kind of the long linearness of that. We didn't want to continue that all the way around. We just wanted the statement from the street. And then at the back as well, we are also adding a canopy over the rear door. See that on the next slide, right there. Yep. So, again, see the materials we're proposing. All the materials we're proposing to use are ones that have been approved in previous projects, both commercial and I think residential as well in the district. The next slide as well, you can kind of see some of the color schemes and the more details of what we're looking at doing as far as the overall look of the building. We are going to have to put a handrail front. The front door, you can see there towards the middle of the page, just for handicap or for accessibility and safety. The original one didn't have it, so I don't think it either was taken off or was never installed as part of the original design. I think the last slide is just more details of what we're proposing to use. A similar pipe rail to what's on the top of the design of the building, so that pipe rail at the front will match the pipe rail that's at the top as well. And I think the other details are about the aluminum canopy. Kind of see the design there as well, which is, I believe the DOS architecture building down the street used a similar canopy as well when they did their renovation. I think back in the 2016, 17 is when that building was done. So it's kind of in keeping with some of the materials that we've been using in the district. That's about it. Those other slides are more about some of the other examples you can kind of see of the other signage. Oh yeah, we are also proposing to put signage on the building with the name, the number of the building. And then we have the existing signage at the front of it as well. That's going to just change out and have the new tenant information put on it. These are our storefront details showing you how we're matching the existing.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, Tim. Christy, do we have anyone on the line?
We do. Hello, if you've called in to the Historic District Commission meeting, can you let us know what agenda item you would like to speak about? Are you calling in for 301 East Boulevard? Okay.
Okay. All right, commissioners, questions for the applicant? I will start. Tim, I'm looking at our standards on 4.17 for awnings. Now, our application said that these awnings are original. Are they?
I believe, as far as we can tell, they were original. We couldn't
Okay.
find any pictures that were not.
Okay, you said returning it to original Granger, so I didn't know if I missed something somehow. So looking at awnings, there's a section for commercial awnings. Have you had a chance to look at that?
I have looked at it in the past, yeah.
So good, then you can help me with this because, one of the things it talks about is that, of course, the awnings are a distinctive characteristic of this particular building. And whereas the project looks gorgeous, by the way, I should have led with that. It was a great looking building. I'm struggling with how we are going to be able to replace the awnings with canopies, metal canopies, because as we look at 4.17, number 2, it says metal, aluminum, and fiberglass awnings may be more appropriate on existing mid-century modern residential styles. And commercial style mid-century modern buildings, we stick with the awnings. Can you tell us why we need to make an exception for this particular building?
The awnings, the structure itself, again, we're not 100% sure they're original, but just the design of it, I don't know if over the time the fabric had been changed or not. It just doesn't, to me, it doesn't fit with. It looks like a very more traditional style-based awning compared to, the styles that were done in the time. And then the fact that it kind of runs around the whole building, I'm not sure if that was also true to, what they would have done at the time. But again, I haven't been able to find where, we've seen it without the awning. But it's to make an exception. I think the goal of having that upper piece with the horizontal nature of it was to kind of mimic what is being done with the fabric. I think in general, a lot of people don't really like the fabric, but I don't know if that's enough justification to, change it or not. So, but we felt like our design was a bit more elegant of a condition and a treatment of the awning than the fabric ones.
I am just going to draw your attention to 4.17. Number 3, it says non-historic, but this is historic. Non-historic commercial buildings or modified storefronts may use fabric awnings or combinations of metal, glass, or fabrics. And then number 1 talks about the type of fabrics that can be used. But let's move on to the windows. You're proposing change of windows, also a defining characteristic of our buildings. Can you tell us why we should make an exception and allow for the change of the windows?
Well, the windows themselves aren't being changed. We're just replacing them with new windows. So the design is exactly the same. We're using the same separations that the current ones have. The windows themselves are literally kind of falling apart. And I don't believe this aluminum storefront on the front was the original. I believe it was more of a kind of a steel window before. So the idea is that we're trying to keep with the original design of the building, yet use a newer material that has better energy efficiency, and so that the building won't leak and have other issues that it currently is having.
So the openings will stay the same. I just want to
Correct.
clarify. The openings will stay the same, but you are changing the windows. You are taking out what is there and putting in something new.
Correct. Yeah. In the same, we're replacing it one for one. Exactly what's there. So it's not
Great.
changing the design, but yeah, the windows are being replaced.
So looking at our standards for windows, which you've seen, I'm sure, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm looking here at 4.14. And number 1, we lead with this: retain and preserve windows that contribute to the overall historic character of a building. And essentially replace only when beyond repair, number 3. Now, you said that these windows are falling apart. Do you have additional information that proves that?
Other than my visual check of it and some of the pictures you can see, could the windows be completely, I guess, reglazed? I mean, I guess it's always possible. You're still going to kind of maintain some of the issues that are there. Besides the fact that front set of glass is a storefront that's been painted, which is kind of the worst thing you can do to a storefront system. So, and I don't think there's any way there might be a way to remove the paint, but then you kind of be left again with an aluminum storefront, which is about one of the most common materials you can replace. So, I don't feel like the value of those windows is something. It's not like a leaded glass window or some kind of a window that with the kind of beaded glass in it or something like that has a lot of history to it. It's something that's very common even today. So I don't know, replacing it versus just repairing them would probably be I don't know what the difference would be.
And so there are times where even personally, we might prefer one thing over another. Obviously, we're trying to, our goal here is to adhere to the standards as set by the community members, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's just something that is going to be hard to get past unless you give us a reason or some documentation that allows us to do that.
Yeah, I mean, and an alternate would be to repair them as best as we can, and we just paint them back the way that I mean, so we could paint them whatever color we wanted if it's been painted, just like another wood window in a home. But the preference would be, of course, to make it so the building can kind of continue on and not be not have to be continually repaired over time and cause water issues. So that was
Sure. I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. And then I guess my last question before we move on to some of the other commissioners, you've introduced precast concrete to go on the brick headers, and that's an introduction of something new that's changing the story of this particular building. Can you tell us why we should make an exception and allow that to happen?
Yeah, that piece there is something we definitely aren't married to. We felt like the material was a better, more long-lasting material. But, currently it's a aluminum, coping. So it's just a kind of your standard run-of-the-mill aluminum coping on the top. We thought that the precast was a nicer element. So, but we could definitely put that back to the metal coping and just restore it for what it is.
Okay. Christy, I have a question for you. In our standards about metal 5.7 in the prologue, it says don't change features of the metal. When we paint brick, that's changing the features of it. Do you all consider it the same for metal?
Yes, because the color to metal is usually inherent
Mm-hmm.
to the product,
Yeah.
similar to, like metal roofing.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So taking it from silver to black is changing it. So if
Possibly.
following that line of thinking, then that is a change to the feature. I just want to get it out there to,
I don't know.
I need
do we-
clarification on it.
We also need clarification, what the finish is currently, Is
Mhm.
it a painted finish currently? Are they repainting something that's already painted, or is it?
Well, it says in our information that it's a silver metal. So Tim, can you speak to that, please?
Yeah,
Will you
it's,
speak?
so it's a combination of things. If you scroll up to slide, I think 6 possibly. Yeah, somewhere 6. So that's one in the corner. It says, right, the one's labeled right. You can see it was an aluminum coping that has been painted 2 different colors. So I believe it was probably originally, who knows what actual color it was. But typically this is not something you paint. So this kind of metal is typically something that comes pre-finished.
Mhm.
So if we were to bring it to a color, I would propose that we bring it to a consistent color so that it's consistent across the whole building. Because I don't believe that was the design intent of the original building, was to have multiple colors on different pieces. I think people just painted it over time.
Sure. I'm going to echo a sentiment expressed by Commissioner Heineman. When we don't know what the original was and we're trying to change it, it's always incredibly helpful to have some kind of documentation showing us what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, but that's all from me for now. Commissioners, other questions for Tim? Commissioner Barth?
Tim, the apparent stucco panels above the existing storefront, is there any indication to you all? It looks like the ceiling must have been either burnt down at some point, or maybe it was always this way. Or were those originally stucco panels from what you could tell, maybe from the inside, or were they more glass storefront that had been repaneled, to your knowledge?
It's hard to tell. It almost looks like it possibly was storefront or like a spandrel panel, kind of like what you would do now. But it's hard to tell from pictures we've had that, that it was, because it's always being covered by these canopies, what it was. We did talk about maybe just replacing this with stucco panels back kind of how it is now. Just kind of refreshing the stucco, because it is currently kind of also in disrepair as well. It kind of needs to be redone. But that was the idea behind the siding, was to kind of, refresh that, kind of put another barrier towards it. But, I also understand the comment about, maintaining that kind of horizontality underneath something. Even though you don't really see that horizontal stucco. If you look at go one slide forward, or backward, sorry. Number 7, sorry. 7. Zoom to, go down a little bit. There it is. So you can kind of see the horizontality of it. It appears as though it's kind of part of the stucco or part of the storefront, or possibly, mimicking the storefront horizontality underneath there. So if it made sense, we could always kind of refresh that area to kind of maintain that look.
Okay, and so the proposed plan with this particular feature would be to go over this area in cementitious lap siding?
Correct. And it was to try to mimic the horizontality of that, canopy that's right there now, to maintain the kind of twofold horizontal and vertical elements that are part of the elevation.
Gotcha. Thank you. And this may have been mentioned in the initial presentation, but I imagine you're adding front railing to the front porch for code and safety reasons.
Correct. Yeah, that's right. And it matches the rail that's on the top of the existing rail that we're keeping. If you look at the slide number 5, I believe.
Gotcha.
You can kind of see the two rails together there.
Okay.
Top and bottom.
And your intent for this front stoop is to maintain the stone, the walking surface, the planters, all that, correct?
Correct. Yep, that's right.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Barth. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Walker?
The front doors, were they the same front doors or are they replacements?
We were proposing to replace all of them along with the windows because they've been the material is the aluminum painted material. We wanted to kind of keep it consistent that the whole piece was replaced.
Thank you.
It is said in our, to answer your question, it's in our documents, it says it's original. It's an original metal
Yeah.
Door. Yeah,
That's
okay.
correct. Yeah.
Other questions? Commissioner Heineman? No. All right. Tim, Rob, anything you all want to say before we close for deliberation?
I don't think so. Rob, did you have anything?
No, I think that'll cover it.
Okay, all right. Well, we will close for deliberation. All right, commissioners. Thoughts? Commissioner Whitlock?
Yeah, I've got the street view from Google next to the street view elevation here. And I'm just thinking that being a Charlotte native, having driven by that building many, many times, I would not recognize that building had I come across it in its proposed form, whether that's right or wrong. And I just going back to what was said, I think that having some documentation showing what was there originally is going to be key for making a decision. This one.
Yep. Thanks, Commissioner Whitlock. Commissioners, other thoughts? Well, Secretary of Interior Standards says that we should maintain the historic significance of, or the parts of a building that are historically significant, right? That would be the windows. They're not changing the openings, but, of course, we want to preserve the windows. If somehow they are beyond repair, we need documentation proving that. And it's a high burden of proof, just FYI. The awnings are being replaced by, albeit a beautiful canopy, but that is taking away something that's historically significant to it, adding materials, creating a very attractive look, but still one that if you drove by, you wouldn't recognize. Like I'm finding it difficult to justify these changes to the building outside of the fact that they look nice, right? And we're here to preserve, and you can do that and still make a building look nice. But to take away the things that are so significant about it is just not allowed by our standards. So I'm struggling with this. Commissioner Heineman?
I don't know that I completely agree. I mean, I think that the mission statement is really about rehabbing and not preserving. I think this is a really exciting project for East Boulevard. I think on any given day, we could see a demo application for a building like this. And this is a really cool mid-mod office building. I would be surprised if historic photos, if they're available, show that awning. I think that awning's there because it's south-facing storefront. I don't think the awning itself, that fabric awning has any significance. And I think the new awning is of this time in a way that, you know, honors the lines of this building and is more about rehabbing this building than changing it. I'm a huge fan of this project. And I think it's exciting to see these mid-mod buildings on East Boulevard receive the same kind of care and attention that the 1920s buildings do.
Thank you for that. Just following that same line of thought, Commissioner Heineman, how then do we go against our standards that say that metal, aluminum, and fiberglass awnings are more appropriate on mid-century modern residential? And that, you know, with commercial, we have to maintain the fabric. How do we justify that for the next applicant who wants to do the same thing?
Do we think the
It's-
fabric awning is historically significant? We did allow the fabric awning to be removed under the current standards for the Down East Boulevard on the same south-facing elevation.
We did. It
Yeah.
was a different era of building though, it was a 1980s building.
Which says, by the way, on the same standards, just going by those, that non-historic commercial buildings or modified storefronts may use fabric awnings or combinations of metal, glass, or fabric. So that speaks to that. So, you know, it's a good-looking building. How do we justify going against what our standards say?
Am I remembering a different project? The one that we're talking about is where Lucy and Co. used to be, and they had 1940s steel windows. That was not a 1980s building.
DAS architecture
Yes.
with the mansard roof that we allowed the roof to change.
Yeah.
I really thought it was an 80s building. This was a 70s building? It wasn't.
It had steel casement windows that we allowed to be changed in the back.
I'll have to
It was done
was in
under
the
different
back.
standards also.
look at it.
It was in the back, but
Look it up.
Our standards have changed since then,
My
yes.
concern really, it's not so much the awning change, it's the material change above the awning
Mhm.
and the loss of the detail.
but I think that the applicant has expressed a willingness to modify that.
Modify what?
The materiality above the storefront. I could be wrong about that. My impression was that there was no marriage to that material.
We didn't have a section on awnings in our last, at the time, it wasn't standards, it was what, guidelines. So we didn't have anything about awnings in our last set of guidelines. We have them in our current standards, and it's a good-looking building. How do we get past our standards and what's written here on the page to justify approving it? And if someone can share that with me, then I'd be glad to move forward. And it's 4.17.
Do we know if these awnings, I guess I'm struggling with, I'm trying to understand if these awnings are really original.
Well, that's the thing. We don't know, so we're guessing, you know, and we don't have any documentation proving otherwise. We've had quite a few people come in and say they think something is one way, but we've always made them.
I feel like
Prove it.
the awnings and our guidelines for this are a little bit, I'm having more of a challenge justifying retaining these awnings or versus I'm having more trouble with the window replacement. I think that's more specific and more very defined and under storefronts especially, 4.18 number 1 about preserving original elements, building elements. But the awnings, I just think is a little more challenging. And I think what I agree with Commissioner Heineman that the interpretation on the renovated awning and the new awning is just as appropriate. I think we see that same detail right across the street, right, at Paper Skyscraper. That same awning detail is right there. And that's been there quite a while. If I'm remembering that correctly.
I think,
Chrissy,
ano-
sorry, Commissioner Walker.
sorry, I think another way to think about this is, were these awnings and the treatment of them indicative of the historic Dilworth neighborhood? That also would contribute to me having more care and concern for their preservation because they are a part of this neighborhood. But those awnings are not typical at all of anything I've seen in Dilworth at all. So in that sense, their significance is less to me.
Well, in Dilworth, you don't have as much mid-century, right? Because it says here, awnings are unique to the mid-century modern.
Home.
Well, it says neighborhood, but yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's, again, that's challenging because it's one thing to say what we like better or what we think is more in keeping with today's style. But we have a whole section here on the topic that we added because obviously we in the neighborhoods thought it was significant enough. So what do we do with that?
I think to me, the key is 4.17, number 3, which is non-historic commercial buildings or modified storefronts may use fabric awnings or combinations,
It's not non-historic. It was built in the 50s.
right? But number 2 isn't exactly appropriate either because it says on existing mid-century modern residential. So I think that's why it feels, that's why this is difficult.
Yeah, I see the awnings in the mid-century application of residential, but I for one can't think of where that application of an awning on a commercial building in a mid-century motif exists.
Yeah, there's something down the street. I wouldn't call it mid-century. I don't know, but maybe you guys would. Copper Restaurant still has an awning on it, on the front facade. Not far from here. They actually reference it in their application. Has there been a time, Christy, where we've just allowed applicants, forget switching it out, fabric for metal, but where we've just allowed applicants to take awnings off? I mean, I know we haven't really looked at a lot of mid-century modern, but yeah.
Particularly when they were later additions to like bungalows, someone added awnings that clearly weren't original.
But something that was original, have we done that? It's a unique feature you don't see that often.
I don't know, and I think the problem that everyone's going back to is there's no definitive proof of originality.
Yeah, so that would be really helpful information to have. Yeah, Commissioner Heineman?
I was going to say the same thing Christy said. There were awnings on my house in Dilworth when I bought it, and we removed them. And I don't think anyone ever suggested that we needed a COA for it even. And the house across the street from me, same awnings on that one. Both were, and Copper's like a 1920s, craftsman mansion. So
Why do we have awnings in our standards? We didn't have them before, we added them.
Because Oakland Park uses metal awnings and
So in Oakland Park, we have an application that comes before us and they're like, we want to, although it's residential, so according to these
yeah,
standards,
that's different.
that's different. So it's just, once we have something in writing, I don't see how we're not bound by it, how we can.
So, yeah. The East Boulevard, down the East Boulevard, the former Lucian Company, it was more of a roof over the front entry than an awning. And to me, that's what this is. This is more of a roof structure than, I mean, awnings are not as permanent right? They're fabric, they have a framing.
Yeah, they're just attached to the house.
Is that what we're looking
You know,
at?
one could easily make the case, you know, the opposite case that this is coming back into conformance because a temporal awning structure applied to a mid-century building keeps the narrative of the original building and does no harm to the original building, and it's very obvious where the historic structure starts and stops and something was added to it. I mean, I'm disappointed. I mean, I understand what you're saying. It's in writing. I think I don't think this is what was intended when this was put on in these documents, and it's a living document. But I think there's so much of this project that is so aligned with our mission statement of preserving the character of the districts and supporting the rehab of these buildings for changes in contemporary patterns of living. And I don't think the awning, I'm not hung up on the awning. They're slapped on and off of buildings all the time.
Should we rip this part out of our guidelines, out of our standards?
That
I mean,
feels
we
ex-
have
That
to,
feels extreme.
yeah, it
To
feels
Jessica's
like we,
point, this is a living document. This is a new section, and we knew that this is a test.
Mhm.
And when we run into these things, that's a sign that we revisit them,
Mhm.
we discuss it in a policy meeting, and we make additions and changes. Because when we're writing them, we can't, we haven't considered it, right?
True. So I think it's important, should the commission move forward with it, that we talk about why it's an exception.
Sure. Or not. Yeah.
Or not.
Well, I mean, whatever the commission decides, right?
All right, let's move on then. Storefronts, the painting of the metal, thoughts on those?
Christy, can I ask a question about the storefront?
Yeah, sure.
Can you talk to us about the historic significance of a 1957 painted aluminum storefront and whether that is a defining characteristic of this building?
I think that's up to y'all to decide.
I guess my question is really at the root of, goes to the root of, obviously we need more documentation. That's, that is consistent with our discussion, right? But we allowed storefront replacement on the Wilmore Commercial District under these guidelines? Correct?
Which one?
The ones on Mint Street,
It was a mint. There
Summit, yeah.
was a garage door that it was just a roll up.
I think all of those projects have new storefront, correct? There were 4 buildings?
Some do. There was one that had original square wood transoms that were required to keep, but they had already had replacement storefronts.
Okay, I understand.
They weren't original. We made them keep the original components.
I think the thing I go back to is conversations I've had with SHPO on various projects over the years about whether the retention of this feature causes more harm by introducing water or elements that are going to undermine the structural integrity of an artifact. And I don't know whether that is the case here or not.
I think the fact with, I'm sorry, I'm talking a lot.
I'm
I
asking you
I
this
think
question.
the
that's
fact that
why,
you're thinking this way and talking this way is because you don't have enough information, right?
Okay, thank
We
you.
require documentation of conditions of windows, so just, I would say do that here too, right?
Sure, yeah. Well, and we just need to be educated on it.
Yes.
All right. So anything else that we need to discuss? It sounds like because we need more information in order to make a decision, the best decision possible, that we do need more information. So it sounds like it will be a continuation. But if we are giving Tim and Rob some direction about how to move forward, we've talked at length about the awnings. Jessica, you asked a question about the storefronts. Do you want to speak more to that and what your thoughts are on it?
Sure. I think that the times we've seen real challenges with preserving historic elements, or when those historic elements are causing harm to the structure itself. And so I don't know if that's the case here or not. We just need more documentation of the condition of the windows. That falls under the Secretary of the Interior Standards number 9, which is the do no harm standard. And I think it's very few and very far between that we see this case, but there have been times when we have seen that an element of the historic structure is contributing to its deterioration. And I think, I just don't know whether that's the case here or not, which is why I would like to know more about the windows.
Okay. Commissioner Lineberger, additional thoughts? Sure.
Sorry, what I probably should have added to that is, there must have been a reason that the aluminum storefront was painted at some point, because that is not typical. And that's the root of my question about it.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Lineberger.
I guess if we're taking, are we kind of taking a pause on where everyone is?
Just if there's anything that you have to add that hasn't already been said.
I don't know that it's been clearly said on the storefront. I mean, obviously, we need more information. That's clear on the condition. But to piggyback a little bit on Commissioner Heineman, my feeling is the way these compare to the Mint Street project, I just feel like this storefront is much more defined and intact and such a part of the building and the character of the building, whereas I didn't feel that way about the Mint Street project, just if we're comparing the two. So I think definitely the more information. I have more of an issue with that than the awning. I'm totally good with the awning. I just feel like.
So back to the storefront. Can you tell us why this is different from the Mint Street for you, just to clarify?
I think that there was a totally different use and condition, I guess. It was not if my recollection is correct. I just think it was a different, they were in totally different, it was proven the condition was not good, first of all, but a lot of the original was replaced anyway, and they were putting back where openings had been put in or had been closed in.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
But I think it's just for our guidelines, if I'm just going by the guidelines, I think the 4.18 number 1, just preserving those elements. I think that's very clear cut for me on storefronts and preserving those elements.
Okay. All right. Anything else that we have not covered? We've talked about awnings. We've talked about the storefront windows. Commissioner Barth?
I think we probably should just touch on briefly signage.
Yeah.
There's a yard sign proposed, address sign on the building, as well as a tenant sign.
Yeah, A2 number 5 speaks to that. Commissioner Heineman?
I feel like the applicant made the distinction that the yard sign is the business sign and the building sign is the address numbers. Is that? I feel like that's fairly typical of East Boulevard. There's not a business sign typically on the building and in the yard, but there usually is an addressing on the building for fire department purposes, if nothing else.
Yes, so on their proposal, thank you, Commissioner Hyman, for a new address signage to be installed on the face of the brick. they're also proposing addition of new signage installed on the face of the brick, and they want to keep their existing yard sign. So there are three parts to the signage. And if we're looking at A2 number 5, it specifies one sign, the monument sign or the.
Help me with what I'm not seeing. I'm seeing the building address on the front of the building.
I would go to number 1 on your slide. Proposal. Number 4 is signage. A, new address signage. B, proposing addition of new signage installed on the face of brick. C, the existing yard sign is to remain.
If I can help, number 10, you can, slide 10, do you see it right here, future tenant signage?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's
so
what I was
it's
not seeing. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
you.
my memo was not about the numbers. You're 1,000% right.
Thank
that
you
we do
very
that.
much.
Yeah,
That's what I was asking about
Yeah.
that I was missing.
yeah.
Okay, so that being said, I'm in agreement that we typically do not see tenant signage on the building and tenant signage in the yard sign on East Boulevard. But I do think it's appropriate to have building addressing on the building and have the yard sign for the tenant.
Yep. Okay. So awnings, storefront signage. Anything else? Do we want to address the painted metal or do we want to wait until old pictures and more information comes back?
To clarify, are you speaking of the painted metal railing or the painted aluminum storefront?
The metal railing, yeah.
I would imagine that's like painting siding on your house, at least in my opinion. I probably would, I appreciate the applicant's efforts with the added railing on the stoop to mimic the horizontality of the roof railing. I probably would, if they are going to mimic that, I'd probably want to see a design in keeping with that above. I don't know that we can, being a new element, I don't know that we can necessarily influence that though.
No, not that. I asked Christy if painting the metal changes it, because in metal 5.7 prologue don't change features of the metal. Like, is that akin to painting brick? And Christy, you said?
Usually on 1950s metal, it's inherent to the building, to the product. And I would say new metals like that too. It's factory finished, right? That's what we require for gutters, that they're factory finished, powder coated.
But
not
that would be more of like an extruded
Mhm.
aluminum type metal. It appears that this is like a steel 1.5 inch pipe.
Yeah, so I think that's the other problem. We don't have the information, right? We need better pictures. I mean, and to Tim's point, they did paint a portion of this that wasn't meant to be painted, right? So they're gonna have to do something with that regardless.
Okay. So do we have anything else that we need to speak to with this application?
Do we
Yeah.
need to talk about the new cap, the new precast
Yeah,
cap at
they
all?
said that they were open to maintaining it as is. So yeah, thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. Has anyone been taking notes so that we can get a motion going? We're at 2:34 and this is only the second application we've seen. And it sounds like it's going to be a continuation, so let's talk about just rehash, or not rehash, but restate the things that we want addressed. Commissioner Lineberger, do you mind making a motion for us? We'll work as a team. You are not alone.
So let's see, our elements are, I mean, I have cited the standards. I have 4.18, number 1. which is the one I've keep harping on.
Windows, yeah, storefront windows.
Storefronts, to preserve elements and materials and features original to the building. I have 4.17 that you have talked about.
Number 2.
Which is,
Is that it?
so do we,
Oh,
like, I
not
have
number
trouble
2.
saying two, just
Yeah,
because
not
I
number
think
2.
that's referring to
Yeah.
Montgomery Residential.
Mhm.
So I don't know if we just list 4.17 in general, or,
The prologue and number 1 speaks to the materials. Or, yeah, you could do 4.17.
I'll just do 4.17. And then I had I'm going over what we have first, and then 4.14.
What's that?
I had
Yeah, windows.
numbers 1
Mm-hmm.
and 3.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then
Oh, is there, maybe we can add number 10 since they're talking about replacing the windows. Replace entire windows only when they are missing or beyond repair.
which one was that? 4.1?
4.14, number 10.
So 1, 3, and 10.
Mm-hmm. And probably 11 too. Yeah, 11.
Okay, and then what about the metal? Do we just say we want restudy, or we would like more?
The
Information.
5.7, the prologue speaks to it.
Which one was that? 4.7.
5.7.
5.7.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
And don't forget the signage. A2 number 5.
8.2 number 4.
A2.
Oh, 8.
Mm-hmm. All the way in the back.
Okay,
Yeah, just so you know, it says, in most circumstances, only one sign per property will be allowed. Businesses located on corner lots may request one sign per street frontage, but one frontage must be designated as secondary on the set, and so on and so forth, so. And it also gives the size.
so would you like me to include all of that? I was gonna, let me,
It's just 8.2, number 5, yeah.
okay.
And do you want to speak to the precast concrete? What would you?
I think that just falls under the metal guideline that you already referenced, retain and restore historic metal.
Okay.
Or replace when absolutely necessary, I think is what it says.
Mm.
5.7.
Yeah, I had 5.7. But that one, the precast wasn't replacing
No, it's being added. So it's the introduction of a new material. So maybe we do that one, materials.
But what's there is a metal coping, right?
I don't think so. I don't. On the front, the cap on the front, is that existing metal?
No, it's on the brick header.
Yeah, it's just brick.
Yeah.
I'm just,
Think, ma- I think 2.5 will speak to that.
On slide 6, it looks like there's a metal coping.
There
yeah,
is
but that's
for
the rear.
sure in the rear. It's hard to tell.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that might be.
We have metal and we have Secretary of Interior Standards, so we should be covered there.
So that one I had to restudy the metal elements per standard 5.7 and Secretary of the Interior Standards 2.5.
Mhm.
Okay,
Okay,
be there. Let me see.
yeah.
Like this.
Do you want to go ahead?
Maybe I missed this because I was reading something, but did we mention anything about the transom panel or, upper
We
panel?
didn't, we did not.
So they had proposed
Fiber
replacing the stucco panels between the vertical muntins for the storefront behind the awning with lap siding. And I would imagine under our storefronts section that we'd want to retain that building element.
Is it 4.17, number 2? No, no, that's not
4.18
it.
number 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess since I already have 4.18, number 1, I mean, I have that mentioned, but I guess I need to specify.
Towards that specific element.
So for 4.18, number 1, preserve elements including
If I'm looking at slide 7 and the staff analysis, it looks to me like the retention of the lines of the storefront system is the focus.
Yeah, I don't know that that's stucco paneling. Is
I don't
rigid?
know that it's stucco paneling either. Honestly, if I look at
Going
the
in different-
damage on the rightmost photo, it almost looks like it could be, a veneer plywood that's seen a lot of water. I don't know what it is, but I think that if I'm zooming out on these detail photos, the defining characteristic, right? Like when we look at these historic structures, we're always trying to determine what is a defining characteristic and what's not.
Mhm.
And the defining characteristic seems to be the continuation of the lines of the storefront system.
Mhm. And to your point, when we get pictures of what it looked like before, then we know what we are maintaining.
The texture on those panels could very easily be the result of water damage based on what we're looking at. It's hard to know. I don't know that the texture is the defining characteristic. I think the continuation of the pattern of the storefront framing is the defining characteristic.
As we heard the applicant mention too, those very well could have been windows. Obviously, they've probably been changed over time, but the grid of the storefront needs to be maintained regardless of what material it is.
I completely
what-
agree with you. Yeah, it's the grid of the storefront. I also agree that they could very well have been spandrel panels.
Okay,
Yep. Good about that?
yeah, I'm
Okay.
just not sure I have the wording down, so I'll just give it a shot. I don't have as much detail on my notes.
Okay.
So I make a motion to continue this application per standards 4.18, number 1 for storefronts. Including the original window pattern detail and original materials, and restudy what is original and condition of the windows. Well, let me go back. That goes to the next one. And then for 4.14, numbers 1, 3, 10, and 11 for windows. 4.17 for commercial awnings, the prologue or preamble. 5.17, restudy the metal elements. And then propose the signage to comply with 8.2, number 5. And 2.5 of the Secretary Interior standards. Like I'm missing some verbiage in there.
I didn't hear what you were missing. Sounded like it was all there to me. Did you
Okay,
all
okay.
hear anything she was missing? No?
Okay.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, did you not want the applicant to return with, as best they can, the original form of the building?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you say that?
I guess I had that in 4.18 for storefronts, number 1. Original materials.
But that we wanted to see what this original building
Yeah.
was.
I think
'cause
I
that was how
agree
we
that
were
that's
gonna base
important.
decisions on.
Yep. Okay. Friendly amendment accepted.
Yes.
All right, perfect. All right, so motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by Commissioner Walker. All right, any further spirited discussion about the motion? Nope. All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 7-0. Thanks, Tim and Rob.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, we, number 3 has deferred till January, so we are moving on to application number 4, 325 West Summit and 1501 South Mint. Jason?
Welcome.
Hi, Jason. Yes, please. Jason, have you been sworn in? Okay, if you would turn on your mic and is
Jason?
anyone joining you on?
No.
Okay, great.
All right, Jason, if you will, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. This next. Thought I had it pulled up. Give me 1 second. Oh. So this application is sort of a combination of after the fact approvals and new proposals. But, you know, as the commission does anything that's after the fact, we all consider it as if work hasn't been done yet. So just on the merits of the project. This is for fenestration changes, site changes, and painted brick. Everything's outlined in the staff memo about what's happening with each building. You'll recall that this site came up for demolition about a year ago, and there's 3 buildings on the site. I can point them out. So this is the building facing West Summit right here. This was former auto shop, and then this was an auxiliary building to the auto shop. And the site plan further shows. And then there are existing and context photos, and more information about what's planned to each building. So with that, Jason, I'm going to turn it over to you. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Okay, thank you. Jason Hood, I'm the owner of Hood Architecture here in Charlotte. Address is 707 McNinch Street in the Gold District, so not too far away from the site. I do want to give a brief history of how I was involved or became involved in the project. I think it's important for this particular, a lot of the after the fact work. I was contacted by the tenant who has a lease on all 3 buildings on site. Was originally operating out of the Max and Lola's space. That project was approved in 2018. He had apparently expanded his outdoor seating to the point that he received a zoning violation from the city of Charlotte. So contacted my firm to provide correct code compliancy documents to the county for permit approval. We went through the permitting process, submitted documents to the county, received approval on all trades except for zoning. One of the notes in the zoning indicated that we were in the historic district and needed to go through this process. So we were unaware of that we were in the historic district when we started. We did ask the city initially if we were in any type of overlay, which we received a no answer. I suppose we didn't ask the question the correct way. So we were unaware, so it was not an avoidance. We were actually hired to bring this into compliance. So that's where I am today. But I thought that was important to let you know. So the first building, if we can go to the overall site plan, one of the earlier, there are 3 buildings on site. The scope of work that we are looking at right now for this application is the building on West Summit, the 1-story block building. The building that's labeled 1501 right now, that's the old Max and Lola's building. That's not included in my work currently. That was approved in 2018. And so it's that is also addressed as 1501. So I think there probably is going to be something that's going to have to be fixed in the addressing, but that's the other building in this particular scope of work. So the building on Summit was built in 1957 as a warehouse. And the building, the other smaller building to the right was built in 1955 as an auto service garage. Again, the majority of the work is interior to these buildings. But I can go through and show you the scope of work planned if you're going to keep going. If we could find the Summit building, that's kind of backwards. Doggone it. Yeah, or just, okay. There we go. That probably helps. There we go. So that is the Summit building. I can just run through the quick scope of work proposed. No changes proposed for the front of the building. The right side of the building has an existing door and stairs. We're proposing widening that door to be an ADA accessible door and ramp to grade to meet accessibility requirements. That ramp would also require handrails. The rear of the building has a sliding, it was at one point in time a loading door, that very tall 14 feet by 10-foot door. We had proposed a man door with storefront to fill in that existing opening. Believe it or not, that is actually the elevation of the left-hand side of the building. No work is proposed for that side of the building. Those trees are just on the other side of the property line. It was noted during the plan review that the HVAC serving this building was actually built over the property line on the left-hand side of the building. It is actually in a alleyway. And so that HVAC has to be moved back onto this property. again, because it's over the property line. Those are the proposed changes for this building. The proposed changes for the 1501 South Mint building, that is limited to just air curtains over the existing roll-up doors. That's the existing, and those would be within the existing openings. And again, that's a health department requirement for any establishment that's serving food or drink. And again, I think this probably will, I mean, it will come into play is the amount of outdoor seating on this property, where it's not built, but this property does have a lot of outdoor seating, which will have, which is required to have a separation of a low fence to keep, to define where alcohol can be served and where it cannot be served for the ABC board. So the fence is really serving no other purpose than other defining those areas. And I know we're working backwards, but that's sort of the planned scope of work at this point in time for those two buildings. I think that's all I have.
All right, Christy, do we have anyone on the line?
We do. We have
Okay.
one speaker on this project.
Okay.
Cam, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon.
Cam, welcome.
Thank
if
you.
you would, if you would state, wait, first of all, have you been sworn in?
Yes, I have.
Oh, good. Okay, great. Cam knows the drill.
Yeah.
Hey, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
My name is Camden Muldrow, Muldrow, and my address is 320 Westwood Avenue.
Great, thank you. Please feel free to make your statement.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to first start by mentioning just that my address is Westwood Avenue. I live directly behind this establishment. I think it's worth mentioning that this establishment has been nothing but a bad neighbor to Wilmore. I know that the historic district has no purview over the uses of the historic properties within the district, but I mean, the amount of noise complaints and just the constant nuisance that this business has been, it really is quite difficult at times to be their neighbor. And I think that should be taken into account. And I'd like to just say flatly that a nightclub, an outdoor nightclub, has no place in a single family neighborhood, much less a historic one. But moving on to the actual meat of the matter, I think I've reviewed this application myself. This application just totally, completely ignores everything that has been built and has been happening on this property. Nothing they've done. I'll just list some of the things they've done. They've built they've painted murals. They've installed permanent tents. They've paved over the entire back portion of this property that was previously impervious, or previously pervious is now completely impervious. I don't believe they got any permits for that. They've built a freestanding stage structure, and as we just saw, there's no mention of that. There's a permanent food truck trailer. I'm sure that has some implication. They've built outdoor bars within the property that are permanent structures as well. And then the main building, 1501, which was previously approved under the Max and Lola application, they've since expanded that even further, closer to Mint. They've installed turf. They've installed another permanent tent above it. I really don't see how any of this could come close to conforming with the very strict standards that I know y'all have. I think that y'all should require an application to get it approved. I don't know that it could ever be approved, no matter what. I think just the basis of it is it's just a non-conforming improvements they've made. And once again, they've just demonstrated time and time again they have no respect for zoning, the building permit process. The brick building where they're installing the air curtains, they upfit that illegally themselves without any building permits. I'm an architect myself. I understand the importance of fire safety and, you know, going by the book. I think just the audacity for them to do that is pretty ridiculous. And once again, they're just a loud and noisy neighbor. So I'll leave it at that and let y'all discuss. But I definitely wanted to make it clear how myself and every single one of my neighbors feels about this establishment.
All right, Camden, anything else you want to add?
No, ma'am. I think that's it.
Sorry that has been your experience living there, so thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
Christy, any other callers?
No, that's all.
All right, commissioners, questions? Questions? Mr. Hood?
I have a few
Okay.
starter questions.
All right, Commissioner Whitlock?
So I need some clarification. All right, you said you went through the permitting process and it got halted at zoning,
Correct.
but I'm being told that this application is after the fact. So can you help me understand that?
I mean, I think after the fact, because, I mean, I imagine we were supposed to come to this board first before submitting to the county.
There's a couple things. So the paint is a violation. What page was I on? 325 West Summit. This portion isn't after the fact that they painted unpainted brick.
Okay.
There are some fencing installed. So that's after the fact. We have also not approved like the AstroTurf. And then any other exterior changes that have already been made. So it's a combination of after the fact and proposed.
Now those items, are they included on that 70-page, the painting, the AstroTurf and the fencing?
No, it's not. No, it's not. I mean, again, it was there. It was there when I was engaged in the project. So what approvals those did or did not receive, I was not aware of.
So, Christy, how are we supposed to, it seems like there's two different things going on.
So to help out the applicant, we combined their after the fact application and their new proposal application because had we not, this new proposed plan would be waiting until like February or March to be heard. So to help them out, we combined it all into one application with the expectation that they would let's just address everything, right, at one time, whether it's the new stage that's being constructed behind building number 2, the bike racks, the air curtains, or the previously unpainted masonry.
So I didn't see any drawings for the stage anywhere.
I didn't either.
So there are none.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Would it be appropriate to ask the applicant to address any of those complaints by the neighbor?
Sure. If he wants to address anything.
And it just seems to me like if those are accurate accusations, there's a lot of things that aren't, more than just that would be, I guess, zoning related that are not addressed here.
Commissioner Whitlock, if you address anything that Camden brought up, just make sure it's whatever applies to our standards.
Right.
Noise and stuff like that's not our purview. So whatever applies to our standards,
It was
yeah.
more the paving and the additional seating and things of that nature, which they don't seem to be on the list of items to be approved or permitted.
Yeah, the seating is kind of iffy if it's non-permanent. Like if it's movable outdoor furniture, we don't really get into that as a commission. We consider that, I mean, kind of like we don't get into playground equipment, like in someone's backyard if they want a play set or swing set for their kids. So I really think it's more of need more information about what the outdoor seating looks like.
Okay. So on the the back of building 3 that's been painted, was that painted, had that been painted previously?
It's recently painted. I mean, not in terms of months, but within the last couple of years, you know.
So
it's
that
obviously-
building's painted on 3 sides, and recently it was painted on the 4th side, is that?
No, so it's that orange color is the brick.
That is,
Yeah,
okay.
it is the brick. Now, that painting was done, I mean, it's a relatively new
It's
painting.
just that back elevation?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Now, the other well, there was another mural on the Max and Lola's building, but I believe that's been there for a while. I think it's,
And
Yeah.
yeah, and the difference is that that building had already been painted. So
correct,
what this
correct.
commission looks at is painting unpainted
correct.
masonry.
And
Yeah.
I mean, I understand that. you
Yeah,
know,
yeah, yeah.
Whatever, you know, I'm happy to deliver the information of whatever's needed. The third building, there are no paintings and it's just the building as is.
Now, building 2, the air doors, how, and I guess, I'm not sure how we look at that. Is there going to be a visual, I guess, mechanism that's going to be affecting the elevation that we're considering?
I mean, there's, the depth of the fan is probably about a foot. And so it's a typical air curtain fan that would be installed in the existing door jamb. There's no modifications to the buildings. It would fit within the existing opening. You know, moving forward, it could be finished in the same paint color as the doors, so it could disappear as much as possible.
Can you go to the drawing, where we're replacing the sliding doors and
Yes.
go over that? I guess that's on building 3, right? Is that,
Yeah, there it is, right at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay.
So you know, the existing opening, we had, again, initially proposed storefront and a door in that area.
Mhm.
It would also, the relocated HVAC would also have to be in the back of that building somewhere to serve that building. Currently, it's on the right, but the right-hand side of that building is right on the property line. So it's been there for 20, 25 years without correct approvals.
And this is the new ramp that's mentioned, right?
This is a little, no, well, that's the new ramp. What you're looking at here is kind of just the general grade back there. That's a little, it doesn't render quite the best, but that's just that outdoor AstroTurf area that we were looking at in photos. With the fence over that area.
Okay. Can we see the other elevation of that ramp?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is the door width and the ramp required to exit that door to grade. Windows would remain, the brick would remain. I think the width of the door increased by, I think it was 4 or 6 inches. See at the top photo.
Okay.
And what you don't see is there's 2 different floor levels in this thing. The front door off Summit is actually several steps higher than the rear of this building. And so we've got an accessibility issue internally on that building that you can't use the front door to exit that building because there are stairs on the inside. So there's our accessible exit.
Okay. No other questions right now?
All right, thank you, Commissioner Whitlock. Commissioner Walker.
Christy, this question might be for you. This is unique. I think that, what is that, building number 1501? Is a landlocked building. So for us, I don't understand how, where's the front, where's the back? How does that impact anything in terms of how we need to look at the project?
So which, are you talking about this one right here?
No, the one in the.
This one.
Yeah.
Well, this is the front entrance faces South Mint. And so this is the front, side, rear.
So the same with that,
This one, the front faces West Summit. So this is the front, this is the side, this is the rear.
and then the other one that,
The other one's really odd. I mean, I would just say the front facing elevation faces the street, faces the interior and faces the back.
so there's really nothing that means in terms of any way that we need to look at that.
No, because it's a commercial project. We
Right.
look at the whole site.
Okay.
Yeah.
Christy, sorry, this building here, the last one that you mentioned? Yeah, I thought that the front was on the side.
So that's where the roll-up garage doors face here,
Mm-hmm,
right, with the air curtains.
mm-hmm.
I mean,
But there's
it's an industrial,
That
it's
is-
a garage.
That is the front, but there's no doors on that front.
Yeah.
There's a window, I think.
Yeah, there's a window right here.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Yeah.
And there, yeah.
There's so I included the full drawings and I thought there was a site plan in here. Jason, do you know what page that might be on?
There's,
No, the individual, I guess just a bunch of individual ones
yeah, again, the set was broken up into two different buildings, which
Yeah.
we've combined later, so it's a little some of
Yeah.
it's not labeled correct, but, yeah, that's the construction documents for the Summit Avenue project.
Okay, good. I was looking for the site plan and then also here, this describes what you were talking about, how the floor lines change.
Correct.
And that's slide 53.
I think the task when we initially started the project was to make really no exterior building changes to, this was just really an interior upfit project, and I think that's still the task. But I know that we have some issues that probably need to be resolved. So there's the front of the building facing Summit with some, and maybe that was confused as a bike rack, and we were not proposing any bike racks, but there's some temporary fencing. I think this was during, I can't remember what was going on. But there were, these things move around all over the place.
I think I got the bike racks. There was a note in one of the plans, maybe.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, no, these are like those temporary barriers, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're not proposing any bike racks or any parking or anything like that. I mean, I do think that this site, given where the loading dock is on the back of the Summit Avenue building and the garage doors on that building, that site was paved, where there's currently AstroTurf, again, to get vehicles to the loading docks and to those auto repair doors. There is some gravel and a stage in the back. Again, through our review process, we received a notice from zoning that, all outdoor music and entertainment had to stop at 11 o'clock at night.
So is the stage there?
There it
this the
is.
Stage?
Yes, that's the stage.
Okay, so that needs approved too
It-
by this board.
Is that an after the fact approval?
Apparently so.
Can I ask a question? I'm confused. I'm really confused about what's been constructed and how it was permitted without having this.
Same.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
why we're here.
So
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I'm just now catching up.
We're together.
I kept trying to just keep getting more information to try to understand. So are there permits that have been issued?
No, there are plans that have been submitted to permitting, and so the set of plans that we were looking at have been submitted to the county for review.
So that's kind of a moot point. Anything that's constructed, sometimes people construct things and don't get a permit. Like They
Right.
have to go through both that system
course.
and ours. So anything that's been constructed or changed on the site needs to be reviewed by us. And so we're just looking at it as if it's a proposed change rather than it's already there, even though some of the stuff is already there.
So since we don't have, so let's just take the stage, for example.
Mhm.
So since we don't have that, the details for that, right?
Right.
For the information for that, do we have enough information to even review this right now? I'm just, and really go one way or another, whether we're,
That's a great question. We have 70 pages and so much information that we still need. But we've started hearing it, so I think we would treat it like the last one and say we need additional information. Commissioner Heineman?
Can you help me with the timeline a little bit of when this work happened and when you were engaged? I know you touched on it at the
Yeah.
beginning.
Yeah. So I was engaged early of this year, probably maybe January, February of this year, to begin to provide, code compliant documents showing proper upfitting of both buildings. The first building, West Summit, was submitted for building permit on April 29th. Was reviewed and we received disapproval from zoning on May 20th. The other building came a little later in terms of submittal we submitted on August 4th and received disapproval on October 7th. Again, from zoning, due to review
Okay.
through this department.
I think pivoting back to our other comment, we're going to need a really clear outline of what has happened, when it happened, what is already in place, what we need to review versus what is being proposed and we need to review. Looking at the real estate history, it looks like this has been under the same ownership for a very long time and that they have had 4 or 5 historic district applications in over the past many years.
Really? Okay.
So it seems disingenuous to suggest that they had no idea that they were in a historic district, truthfully. That's neither here nor there. We will review it as if it has never happened. But the property owner has to sign all of those documents in order for the application to be heard.
And I was engaged by the tenant who's
Right.
leasing those buildings,
Oh.
not by the property owner. I've never spoken with that person.
Exactly. I think that's
Oh.
the disconnect is that the tenant is doing all this work.
And the
not
property owner is signing documents for, who is,
Mark.
who is signing the,
Quite honestly, that's a great question. It probably was the tenant. And
it
we
says
probab-
property owner on the
we
legal
probably-
documents.
We probably thought it was the property owner. So that's excellent point, and we need to address that at the staff level as well.
Just to insert this for anyone who is looking to buy in a historic neighborhood, as your local real estate agent, you can go to Polaris and it says let's see, what's the slot? It says, just a moment, because I think that this is helpful. So many people come here and don't know that they're in a historic neighborhood. And so here is a little golden nugget for you. When you go to Polaris, as most of your real estate agents will, location information, Charlotte Historic District, yes, is what's typed there. So a little help in your due diligence.
I checked the checklist. You literally can't read the owner's signature. It's just squiggles. So to us, we were taking them at their word that it was the owner's signature. I can't verify if it is. or
That's the
isn't.
nature of signatures.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. So I just can't verify.
From my perspective, it is impossible to review this project at this time, and we need a lot more information.
That sounds like a motion.
I don't know if I should be making motions.
I think
this
it's
way.
great if you make motions for your last meeting. You've always been so good at them.
I just have a question, Christy, just administrative. So can a tenant, a non-owner submit to HDC?
Absolutely. We have architects, contractors, tenants submit all the time. The key is on what Jessica's referencing is our signature page, our checklist requires the applicant signature, which again, architect, contractor, tenant, but it also requires the property owner signature.
Right.
And we take people at their words that this is the property owner signature. So,
But to be clear, that was not always the case. This was instituted within my tenure at the HDC to make sure that property owners were aware when someone was applying for a project on their property, because we were running far too often into cases where the property owner had no idea someone had admitted an application on their
yeah,
property.
and we cannot legally, you know, ultimately, the onus falls with the property owner to make sure everything's in compliance with HTC, not a tenant, not a renter, the property owner. And so that's why we require property owner signature, because we are not to be making decisions. Like, contractor, Joe has it out for homeowner Smith, like, can't allow that to happen. So.
When I
and that's all
when I
legally.
moved to my neighborhood, someone submitted a demo application for the house of the old lady across the street, and she had no clue.
So,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
to chime into your timeline, the tenant that I'm working for purchased the Max and Lola's, I think probably late 2019. So that's the timeline for which
Okay.
that tenant is.
So there's been 3 applications since then, one prior to that. I think I'm going to need assistance in how to write this motion. I think the motion is, we never had enough information, so I don't think it can be a denial. I think it's a continuation
Yeah.
for the required documentation.
And
Per
haven't
the
we done-
checklist.
I'm sorry, excuse me. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Haven't we done it before? We just have said we can't hear, we've determined we can't hear it?
Yeah, but
mean,
it has to start off where we do that, where,
At the beginning of
Yeah.
the discussion.
Okay.
yeah.
For the required documentation per the application checklist. And a detailed list of work performed, of work completed versus a detailed list of work proposed.
Let's reference the standards.
The
So,
application checklist is in the standards, right?
so do you just want to say,
Oh, yeah, just please reference some standards. So
Chapter 2.
painted
here
brick,
we go, 5.5,
Secretary of the Interior standards.
5.8. Those are both, that's masonry and paint. Materials, 7.16. Fences and walls, 8.6 through 8.8. Site appurtenances, 8.9.
You could probably also reference additions or changes to fenestration.
Mhm. So additions, what is that, 6 or,
End of 6.
yeah. And then fenestration 4.14.
And Secretary of the Interior standards, 2.5.
2.5.
Mm-hmm.
What was addition? 6 point what?
The chapter 6, it's 6, it starts
Yeah.
on 6.
That's new construction.
Actually, that's 6.20 is additions to residential. You might check chapter 7, commercial. Yeah, I would just reference chapter 7. It's new construction for non-residential buildings.
Okay. So I move to continue this application for the required documentation for the application checklist and a detailed list of the work completed without a COA versus a detailed list of the work that is being proposed. This continuation is based on standards including but not limited to materials 7.16, painted brick 5.5 and 5.8, the Secretary of the Interior standards 2.5, fences 8.6 through 8.8, site appurtenances 8.9, commercial additions, chapter 7, and fences 4.14.
Please say something.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Hi. Since the commission is continuing for things on the application checklist, you may want to consider, I believe the application checklist or in the rules of procedure require the signature of the property owner on the certificate, on the application. So you may want to.
Make sure that we, since we've had a conversation about it, stress that.
I would like to add with verification of the property owner's signature on the application checklist as required by the application checklist.
Thank you so much. Okay, motion made by Jessica Hyman, Commissioner Hyman, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Lineberger. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Oh, sure.
Should we add a note to the applicant? Just add a note to help out in their resubmittal to including any additional information as far as permanent structures that had been built on the property. Maybe not limited to, cabanas, stages, turf. I don't know if we get into tents. I'm sure that's a city ordinance thing.
I think that's a great idea. That's site appurtenances might not totally cover it. So friendly amendment accepted site appurtenances, including but not limited to any permanent structure or feature on site. Stage, tents, turf, etc.
All right.
Can I ask?
Yes, please.
I don't know. I haven't been able to find what would apply to all the paving done on the property.
I think the paving was present.
Also, our commercial standards, like it has to be approved in like a landscape plan, but it's different for commercial than it is for
Yeah, they
residential.
don't have to have that much green space, yeah.
But it is supposed to be approved.
I think maybe a timeline, a clarification of the timeline of the paving, like when it was installed.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Christy?
I think to Jill's point, it's just clarification of the timeline of some of these things and when they were done. Like if additional parts were paved for 10 years and then new parts were paved, more recently. What does that look like?
So I think the way I'm wording the friendly amendment is under site appurtenances 8.9, including but not limited to any permanent structure or features on the site, stage, tents, turf, pavement, etc.
That's good. Is that, okay, yep. Does that still work for you, Commissioner Lineberger? Okay. All right. So motion made by Commissioner Hyman, seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any further discussion of the motion? All right. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 7-0. All right, thank you, Jason. Okay, hey, Christy, yeah, let's take 10. It's 3:30 now,
Okay.
so that leaves us about, what, an hour and a half?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll come back and go quickly through the consent items. Okay.
Okay.
We're taking a 10-minute break and we'll be back with consent agenda items 5 through 8.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, welcome back. We are continuing with the agenda with the consent agenda, item number 5. Just in case, Carol, are you with us?
Yes, I'm.
Hi, Carol.
Hi.
Would you turn on your camera, please?
Yeah,
Or okay, and have you been sworn in?
I have not, and I don't know how to turn on my camera.
Okay, that's okay. Do we want to swear her in, or do we want to wait to see if you're gonna hear it?
Why don't we just preemptively swear everyone in who's joined us?
Great. So Carol, Brian and Bradley, if you're with us, Joshua Stewart, and Jimmy Dudley, if you all are with us, please be sworn in at this time.
All right. If you will all raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks. So this next application, the commission's already approved it. It was previously approved January 15, 2020, and it was approved as meeting the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. And the commission at that time noted the project is a new porch and not an old porch and doesn't involve modification to historic columns. So, they did approve the project and the enclosure with the motorized screen. The COA was not issued and the approval expired, and the applicant's just asking that the commission reaffirm the previous approval. They made a very minor modification, which they moved at the outdoor fireplace and fixed screen from a south elevation to a north elevation. And then they eliminated a screen door. So all in all, the project is almost identical to what the commission approved before, with just some slight changes. So they're asking for a reaffirmation.
All right, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application? All right, commissioners, any objection to this remaining on the consent agenda? All right. Who wants to make the motion? I'm just going to start choosing Commissioner Whitlock.
Okay, I like to make a motion that this project be approved. Project is not incongruous with the district. It meets the standards for additions and new constructions, Chapter 6, and the Secretary of State of Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, page 2.5. Project has minor staff approvable changes to the plans previously presented to and approved by the commission on January 15th, 2020.
All right, so motion made by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by Commissioner Barth. All right, any discussion of the motion? Okay, Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 7-0. Thanks, Carol.
Thanks, Carol.
Thank you very much.
The next application, everyone should remember, it's 816 Walnut Avenue, and the commission approved new construction for multifamily back in July this year. And all of that information is attached. When the applicant got to the engineering portion, this is similar to what has happened with other multifamily projects. due to site topography, structural needs, and ADA requirements. The truss system that they originally designed the project with was not adequate. So they needed to add an additional 18 inches to the truss system. And other topography changes, they have adjusted the height. So there's an increase of height of about 4 3/8 inches to what was already approved, to the 29.3 as approved. They also said that it maintains the design intent for this new construction to be between the 26.8 ridge height of 820 Walnut, which is to the left, and the 30.4 ridge height of 812 to 814 Walnut, which is the two-story building to the right as you're facing the property. And then this design also allows the ADA accessible unit to be on the rear with the shortest ramp length possible. They provided a very in-depth overview of this change and why the change is needed. And then they also provided the streetscape. With the original, the previous approval, and then the change that they're seeking. And also in the application package is the approval with conditions letter and their previous submission.
Okay. Thank you, Christy. Do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
No callers.
All right, perfect. Okay, commissioners, any objection to this remaining on the consent agenda? All right. Commissioner Lineberger, will you lead us in a motion?
Sure. I'd like to make a motion to approve this application as it is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for new construction, Chapter 6.
Perfect. Motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by Commissioner Walker. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 7-0. And for the next one, I need to recuse, so Commissioner Barth is up to bat.
The next application is 612 South Summit Avenue. And the commission may remember that this came through the commission a couple years ago for a demolition, and the COA was issued and permits were never pulled. So this building that sold to new owners who are planning to keep the structure and not demolish it. I'm thrilled, and I'm sure the Wesley Heights community is too. But one of the things they want to do is do a rear addition, and they also want to make some front porch changes. And so what they're suggesting is it's taking this front porch off and rebuilding it because it's failing, and extending and rebuilding it where it is, but also extending and putting a wing and a roof over this side to match. And we have done that with a house just up the street at 604 South Summit. And then we also approved that. The commission also approved something very similar on Grandin. I can't recall the exact address. So it's not out of line with what's been proposed before by the commission. There are some discrepancies between the drawings. So the cover page obviously shows, some different roof lines compared to page 8. Staff can't approve this because it's changes to a front porch. So the reason it's on the consent agenda is basically because I'm looking for the commission to give staff approval to continue to work with this applicant to have all elements match and the design match. Let's see here. There are a number of suggested conditions. Should you approve it with conditions? And a lot of them are working with staff on fenestration, making sure all details match existing, that the permit-ready drawings are accurate, and so forth. You can see A through F. So, Candace, do we have anyone from the audience? Okay, no callers. Commissioner Barth?
Do we have any commission members that object to this remaining on the consent agenda? Krista?
I don't have an objection. I just have a question.
Sure.
The drawings show, of course, a garage, an ADU. I'm assuming that's,
That's there. It's an existing two-story garage. It's,
Okay.
from the 1940s, maybe,
okay.
we think. Yep.
I just couldn't tell from the
Mhm.
elevations.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. With that, do we have any of our commissioners that want to make a motion? Jessica?
Sure. I will make a motion to approve with conditions such that staff can continue to work with the applicant on the proposed changes to this historic home. In the past, we've required some engineering documentation if something is going to be fully rebuilt. And so I'll start with all project details should match existing, including roof cornice returns, offset between the front porch pediments and flanking shed roofs, trim dimensions, roof
Oh,
pitch.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm like reading it off the list and I hope I've never done that to you before. So sorry. Trim dimensions, roof pitch, beam column relationship. New masonry should not be painted. And should these components be in such condition that they cannot be repaired, the applicant will provide documentation to staff demonstrating such. Staff would then decide if it had to come back to the commission. There are corrections that are required in the drawings, both the as-built and the proposed drawings. And the applicant should submit permit-ready drawings that accurately depict all design details existing and proposed of the project. Cedar shake siding is incongruous with the building's architectural style and details. Any new material should match the existing. I think I mentioned that new masonry cannot be painted. There needs to be a transition per the Secretary of the Interior standards, delineating the original house and the addition. Staff can work with the applicant on this, but it might be made much, much easier if the addition is offset by a minimum of 6 inches. That will simplify alignments with structures that are never straight. Work with staff on the fenestration of the rear elevation and the new front porch railing design to be the correct historic height. I think that covers it.
Well put. Do we have anything to add?
Oh, I need to do
Or-
some citations.
Yeah.
Second verse. Additions in new construction, chapter 6. Porches 4.8, trim 4.11, wood 5.2, the Secretary of the Interior standards. And someone help me with the masonry remains unpainted.
5.5 and 5.8.
5.5 and 5.8. I should have that memorized. Thank you.
All right, do we have a second to Commissioner Hyman's motion?
Second.
Commissioner Lineberger? For second, any discussion? Okay, with that, we'll do roll call. Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Hyman?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth? Yes, motion passes 6-0.
All right. Thank you. And note for the record that Kim Parati has rejoined. The next application is 2421 Charlotte Drive. Jimmy, are you with us? Hi, Jimmy. Do you hang out right there? If we need you, we'll call you. Okay. Jimmy, you've been sworn in. Oh gosh. Okay. You want to swear him in? No. Okay. This next application is 2421 Charlotte Drive. And it is for a new accessory structure in the rear yard. It is very much shorter. It's 6 feet shorter than the main house. It faces out of the district. So let me pull up here's Charlotte Drive. Here's the edge of the district. It faces out towards Ortamore. That's why this is on as a consent agenda item. The only reason staff wouldn't approve it is there's some tree removal proposed, but there's also tree replanting proposed. But staff can't sign off on, the removal of large trees that are healthy. So you can see from the site plan, the proposed replacement trees and some of the proposed trees to be removed. But with that, staff believes it meets all the design standards and is put forth as a consent agenda item. There are a couple of recommended conditions on page 2 of the staff memo.
All right. Do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
Candace, any callers? No callers.
Okay. Commissioners, any objection to this remaining on the consent agenda? All right. Well, Commissioner Whitlock, will you make a motion for us, please, sir?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to approve this application. The project is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for additions and new construction, Chapter 6, and accessory buildings, 8.10. Per 10.41 of the rules for procedure, staff recommends approval for the project for the meeting standards for additions and new construction, Chapter 6, accessory buildings, 8.10, and the Secretary of Interior standards, and that this item be heard as a consent agenda with the following conditions. Provide full calculations for rear yard permeability, square footage dimensions to eve of accessory structure and new walkways. That's 1. 2, provide window specifications that meet HDC design standards to staff. And 3, submit permit-ready construction drawings submitted to staff for final review.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Whitlock. Do I have a second to Commissioner Whitlock's motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any further discussion of the motion? Commissioner Walker?
Sorry about that. I couldn't read it, but are the tree replacement species identified? Because I can't see that.
They are not.
So could we just confirm that it's like for like replacement in terms of deciduous versus some small species tree?
Is that a friendly amendment you want to accept, Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Is that something you're still wanting to second, Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Walker. All right, let's vote.
One second. I got a note from Candace that maybe Jill, can you just repeat that? I think your mic might have been off.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, yes, I just asked if we could make an addition to the motion that states tree replacements are replacements in kind, i.e. deciduous for deciduous, mature tree for mature tree.
Okay. And both Commissioner Whitlock and Commissioner Barth accepted that friendly amendment. Any further discussion of the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 7-0.
Thanks, Jimmy. Well, yes, can you talk to Cindy and Jenny? And we can also talk tomorrow, but we're gonna keep moving. Okay, thanks. Okay, next application is gonna be 465 West Worthington, 1901 South Mint Street. We're moving this up because it has to be heard. There has to be a decision made. Just a reminder to the commission that they're at the end of their 180-day review time frame. The commission's choices are to approve or to deny. If you do not have the option to continue or to not make any decisions, because if you do, the project would automatically be approved. Okay, David Wales, are you with us? David? Can't hear you or see you. Hi, David, we can't hear you or see you. All right. Well, should I get started?
Why don't we text David?
Let me email him.
Okay.
Candace texted and says she thinks he's on the phone. Attention, David Wales.
I know you did.
Yeah. Please report to the principal's office.
Yeah, no, Candace thinks he's on the telephone. I mean, we do have, we have to hear this case. Well, I don't even have his phone number. No.
Hello?
David, welcome.
Hey, I'm sorry. I was away from my computer. I didn't think I would be up so soon.
Oh, yeah, we've been calling for you. We're so glad you're back.
I'm so sorry.
Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, and we can't see you either. If you could turn on your video.
Okay,
Be
hold on.
sworn in, please. Okay.
All right, David, if you will, please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, this next application, again, was continued from the November meeting. It was originally heard, it was heard in July, and the commission heard it again in November. And it is back today. Today is the drop dead date. You have to make a decision to approve or deny the case at this point. So there were some notes added. And then items for continuance are at the top. Staff review is on page 3. And I'm going to just straight away turn it over to David. David, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yes, David Wales, 400 Roselawn Place, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28211.
Thanks, David. I'm on slide 6, which is the proposed site plan.
Yes, hold on one second. Let me see. Yes, so I guess, do I just need to go over today with the changes responding to the items that were requested?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay. All right. So, this was a site plan here. I know there was some questions last time as far as the permeability calculation, based on the revised layout. And as you can see, the new layout, it didn't add a lot, especially since we got rid of the concrete pad, which was one of the other items in question from the previous presentation, and the overall rear yard permeability actually went down a little bit once the concrete pad was removed. Next slide. Let me see. I don't think there was anything on this slide that changed. Next slide. This one, the only thing that changed was that the note adding related to the skylights in the back being deck-mounted skylights. Next slide. This one, there was previously there was not a window on this elevation, and a window has been added. This is the elevation along, it's not, it's a side elevation that runs along West Worthington Street. Next slide. And again, the deck mounted skylight note was added. Here, same thing. The only additional note that was added was related to the skylights. Next slide. These ones are all just I think these are all the older slides that are just showing the comparison between the previous approved version and the new version. Can you go down towards the bottom? This one did not change any. This one, but as you can see, one of the major changes from the previous item was the difference in overall roof height in relation to the existing house. Next slide. And then there was a request for the window and door details, which have both been added to the presentation. And the next one was the tree protection plan provided by Arborscapes, which will be implemented for the large tree on the in the back corner by the ADU. I feel like there was another. Can you go back to the site plan, Christy? Oh, there was it was just the dimensions off of the property lines, that previously the dimensions were shown from the foundation, and now they're shown from the roof overhangs. And that was one of the other requests, as well as the comparison of the overall width, which you can see is shown there, of the ADU as 28'8", and the main house width of 30 feet, just indicated by note there in the middle of the two site plan images. And I think that, I'm pretty sure that addressed all of the items.
Okay. Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
We do. We have a caller.
Okay.
Justin, is that you?
Yeah, but I have no comments.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right, commissioners, questions of Mr. Wales.
Yeah, hey, David. I have a couple of questions. I'm just not sure which calculation is accurate because this is in regards to permeability. Noticed on page 6, the rear yard is 2,445 square feet. But then down on page 74, it's 3,085 square feet. Do you know which one might be accurate?
Let me see. Now, what date was that one from? Do you, I think what I think, okay, so here's what the difference was. The 3,000, if you go back to that slide you were just on. Yeah, so this was in relation to the original house, whereas I in the current one I removed the square footage of the addition.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I
Yeah.
think the way you need to calculate it is you calculate the backyard as it exists from the original main structure. And then that entire yard cannot be covered with impermeable material more than 50%. So no more than half of what the 3,085 is.
So,
So I
okay,
badly drew, but from their back, this is the rear yard.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
So I know it's kind of hard for you to try to figure all that out right now, and certainly, that might be something that can happen at a later point in time. Would that be?
Yes, absolutely.
Would that be okay?
You can, yeah,
Put
send
that
it to
in,
staff and
yeah.
keep going. Mhm.
All right, then the other question I have is, what page is the TPP on?
It's
It's
on
not far down.
page- is it maybe 17 or 18? Let me check.
Okay, so on page 17,
18.
typically when we get a tree protection plan, it's something that is formalized from the arborist, and the arborist's name, they're certified as an arborist, is included in that documentation so that, that we know that we're getting.
Yes, and all of that information has been provided and been uploaded to the HDC website, but this was I wasn't sure how to include all of that as part of the presentation. So this is just kind of the I guess summary, if you will.
So I think that's, if that can be provided, that perhaps is something we'd also need, because the other thing about this is the language is kind of concerning to me because it simply states should rather than must, and you want to avoid significant damage to the root structure. Significant damage has a lot of wiggle room to it. The tree protection plan is something I'm a little concerned about. And another question I have is page 9 versus page 8. If you'll notice on page 9, you can see how the grading goes up in the back of your ADU such that you only see the top 2 bricks of the foundation of the house. But then when you look at it, the back of the house on page 8, all bricks are exposed, so I'm not sure what I'm supposed to believe is the proper back of the house view.
This one is, or it's all based on where it was cut in the model. And the one viewing from the side is more correct, if you will. So you would only see probably the top 3 rows of masonry.
Oh, okay. All right, and then another question I had is, because the pitch of that rear roof on that ADU is unusual, the 3/12, we'd want to know for sure whether or not that can be viewed from the street or not, and I'm not sure I can figure that out. Driving I couldn't, so how do we assess whether or not that's street visible?
What do you mean by unusual? Just unusual as in it's different than
It's unusual in that there's no precedent for it anywhere. Typically, you want to have roof pitches that have some degree of similarity in the neighborhood. So I don't know if there's any kind of roof pitch in that area that's like 3/12 like that is.
This wasn't an issue on the previous presentation, and seeing as that this is the final one, it's kind of hard to respond to that. This was not something that was brought up previously.
Good point. Then the HVAC and trash for the ADU, do you know where that will be?
The HVAC is a mini split unit, so it will be the condenser unit would be located on the I believe it's shown on the site plan, isn't it?
I couldn't find it.
No. Well, it would be located in the little the corner there, right across from the back porch. Yeah,
Okay, great, thanks.
no problem.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Walker. Commissioners, any other questions of the applicant before we close? Commissioner Whitlock? No. Commissioner Barth? No. Commissioner Heineman? Okay. David, anything you want to say before we close?
No, I don't think so. Thank you.
Okay, let's close for deliberation. Commissioner Walker, I'll let you lead this one. Will you please lead this one?
Okay, I guess I went through a lot of concerns I had, so I don't know if anybody else here has similar ones or if they want to discuss them. Is the permeability issue of concern to anyone?
It's nice to know what the accurate number is. Yeah. Commissioner Lineberger, thoughts?
No, I felt like he addressed all of the items that we continued it for the last meeting, so.
Okay. Commissioner Whitlock?
No questions.
Commissioner Barth?
I feel that the applicant addressed most of all of what we've requested. I think I'd feel comfortable if they confirm some things with staff as
Jill
has pointed out.
Okay. Commissioner Heineman? Okay. All right. So who wants to make a motion?
I think I could
Okay.
do that.
Commissioner Walker?
I'd like to make a motion to approve this application as it's not incongruent with the neighborhood, with the caveat that the commission considered this application with the sensitivity to its adjacency to a non-historic Wilmore. And with that in mind, there was a different view placed on some aspects of this project. I'll just say that. And that per standard 8.4, number 7, this would be for staff approval. The permeability calculations be accurately provided to staff. And per guideline 8.5, number 4, the tree protection plan, the official tree protection plan from the arborist be provided as well.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Walker. Motion made by Commissioner Walker, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Lineberger. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, no. Motion passes 6-1. Thank you, David. All right, next.
Okay, we're circling back to agenda items number 9 and 10. Thomas Beecher, are you with us? Hi, Thomas. Come on up. Were you just sworn in?
I have not been sworn
Okay. If you would turn on your mic.
All right, Mr. Beecher, if you will raise your right hand, and anyone else who's in here who
Anyone
is,
else who's in
yeah.
the room, please also be sworn in.
raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
This application was continued from the November meeting, I believe. Let's see here.
October.
September meeting. September meeting. Okay, it's been a while. And you directed the applicant to find historic examples within the boundaries of Wilmore where there are historic stone porches and stone columns. And he's provided a very thorough list. I have also double-checked all of these in the staff analysis and have organized them by original stone, which is 0.3. Letters A through F are original stone. It's uncertain if their 401 West Park and 1617 Wilmore Drive were original. And number 6 shows, I did in-depth research, and these are not original stone. They're mostly new construction or remodeled additions that happened right before the time Wilmore was created a historic district. So you see a lot of 2008, 2007, 2006, 2005. And then there were a couple that were not pictured, but I went ahead and researched those as well, and they're new construction or additions remodeled. So that should be helpful to everybody. With that, I'm going to turn the application over to Thomas. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yep, Thomas Beecher, 2112 Wilmore Drive.
Okay, and I have the slides behind you. If you just tell me where you'd like to go, we will.
Yeah, I may stay off of it for just a second. Just
Okay.
Thank the commission for allowing really my wife and I to do much more research into this based on the continuance that we had several months ago. But in working with Christy, she sent over some documents, and it was enlightening both from just a historical district perspective, but also into the architecture of our home. And reading over the proposal to designate Wilmore a historic district, there's several things that I learned from, Wilmore being once pasture land in the pre-20th century settlement of Blandville, all the way to the demolition of Blandville as Charlotte focused on more development, to FC Abbott eventually purchasing all the land and doing his development, to the transformation of Wilmore via the displacement of people living in Brooklyn Village in the 1960s. That couples with my experience in hearing anecdotes from my neighbors, Grady and Patty, both of who have lived in Wilmore for 90 years collectively, and speaking to the change of Wilmore. And then my wife and my experience since we bought the house in 2017, and have seen so much that has changed. Christy and I worked through the period of significance, which for Wilmore was 1920 to 1949. And I'll quote, Wilmore consists of a diverse collection of styles and construction methods, but its majority exhibit characteristics of bungalows, of which my house is one. Low overhanging roof lines, craftsman features, and front porches that extend the width of the elevation. I'm here in front of the commission asking for approval for the renovation of the front porch, which does not change any of the structural integrity of the house or any enhancement thereof, but simply an element change from brick to stone. And in the spirit of the commission, as it was published in the Charlotte Post in 2010, shortly after Wilmore was designated, I hope I can lay out a case that the development and renovation occurred in a manner that is consistent with the characteristic of the neighborhood. And so I've kind of bullet pointed a couple of things. Through my research, there are at least 6, possibly 8, I guess Christy just may have corrected me, houses that were built in the period of significance that use stonework as a material in the neighborhood. Through my research, there are at least 34 houses in the neighborhood that have stonework, which represents almost 10% of the houses. Now, granted, as Christy mentioned, a lot of those had renovations and construction prior to the designation. However, be it fortuitous, I would say that most of the construction and renovation that's happened in Wilmore has not affected the manner and the characteristic of the neighborhood. I have included several resources in my presentation that support stonework as a element in craftsman houses from the 1900s to 1940, and then in working with Christy via small American houses and research thereof via Sears catalogs. I included several Sears kits that included porch stonework as seen in our renovation. I believe that the renovation in no way changes the characteristics of the neighborhood that my wife and I fell in love with in 2017 when we bought it. And lastly, and probably most importantly, I'm asking for the Historic District to allow us to continue enjoying the house we've begun to raise 3 kids in. We bought the house in 2017 as a newly wedded couple, and we have now had 3 kids in it. And I think this is something that I would challenge the commission to think about as we try to transition Wilmore into a more owner-occupied neighborhood, which was brought up in, let's see what this was, excuse me, sorry, which was listed as a major threat to the rejuvenation of Wilmore. Let's see the title of this, which was the Wilmore Small Area Plan that Christy shared with me back from November of 1991, in which that stat was they were well less than 50% of owner occupiers. I regret severely not going through the commission before submitting the plans, but I'm hopeful that I may have gotten lucky and we may be within the precedent and we kept the character of the house. So. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Beecher. Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
No, we do not.
Okay. Commissioners, questions of Thomas? I have one quick one before. Just looking at our standards, because that's what we have to look at. 4.8 says repair and replace only damaged elements of porches by matching the materials, yada, yada, yada. So, this is what we apply to all of the applications. So can you tell us why we need to make an exception for you?
I guess I'll start with ignorance, not knowing that to begin with. But I also noticed the stonework that was currently in the neighborhood and felt like it was a good element to add to the character of our house. And I do not have a good reason as to why you would present it other than I do think it's an element that was used in this time. I know that you guys are at least hearing one other case for a house that is trying to incorporate this element into their front porch. And so I believe there's precedent in upgrading material, not necessarily for a repair to be done, but to an enhancement or renovation to the house.
Thank you. All right, other questions? Mr. Beecher? Commissioner Heineman? Any questions? Okay, Commissioner Barth, Commissioner Whitlock, Lineberger, Walker? Okay, anything you want to say before we close, Thomas?
No, other than I hope per the continuance from last time was to try to find houses that had this element in it prior to the commission, and we were able to find several, and I hope that's taken into account.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll now close for deliberation. Commissioner Heineman, will you lead us in this one?
Sure. I always think these are the most complicated applications. But I would like to commend the applicant on the rigor and consideration and research that you've clearly gone through in earnest. So thank you for that. In terms of deliberation, I think there are two pieces to this. Well, three: the porch, the steps and cheek walls, and the paths. For me as a commissioner, I believe the walkways fall under the Secretary of Interior Standards number 10. They do no harm to the historic structure. They are within the bounds of the character of the district, and they are obviously a more transient quality. So I am comfortable that our standards support approving the pathways. The porch, Christy, if you can go to slide 25, I think our best precedent, the applicant has provided a lot of information in the application, and this, I think, is our best precedent. This is down the street on Merriman, and the qualities of this porch in the material, the manner in which the material is installed, and the dimensions of the material are very similar to the applicant's porch. I think what we are up against is 4.8 number 2, which is, repairing and replacing and not changing the materials. On the flip side, I do think that when we look at each district individually, Wilmore was designated in 2010, and more than any other district, I think we see misunderstandings about what can and can't be done, and work that was done right around the time that the district was created that was the impetus for the designation. So I think that explains why there is so much non-historic stone throughout Wilmore, as represented fairly well in this application. So I'm going to toss it to somebody else for some feedback on that. Those are my thoughts on it.
I'm just going to bring up, I feel like I'm doing the same refrain. We have our standards so that we level the playing field, and so that what we do for one, we do for the next. And so with that being the case, we have some people who just don't know, like Mr. Beecher, and then we have some people who ask for forgiveness instead of permission. And so how do we veer from our standards without having, how do we veer from our standards for one, and then we have to apply them to another? It's just something that's been a challenge. And, again, I hear former Commissioner Rumsch in my head saying, well, that's why we're here. But I just want to make sure that we are leveling the playing field so that everyone's playing by the same standards. We are closed, but if you have something that's really important, I can open up again. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Beecher. All right. Commissioner Whitlock.
Christy, could you go over again what you started out with, your research? That went kind of fast, didn't it?
Yeah, of course. So I went through every single photo Thomas compiled in his very thorough application. And I researched whether or not the material shown was original stone or not. And so it fell into 4 categories. There were 6 that had original stone. There were 2 that just were uncertain. And then there was 1 that was a staff approval back in 2011, right after Wilmore became a district under old design standards. And then A through U are not original stone. They're either new construction projects or they were completed prior to Wilmore. So what you would probably want to do is really focus on the ones that are original stone. So 1605 Merriman, and I tried to put them in the same order that they appear in the document. So 1605 Merriman was here. 308 Westwood. I don't know if you had a picture of that. I might have put that picture in at the end. Yep, I did. 53, yeah. 52 is 308 Westwood. That's original stone. I added that one. Let's see here. Can someone, it's hard scrolling back and forth. What else is on the list? 332 West Boulevard.
Yeah, 332.
Oh, there's 308 Westwood, yep. 305 Park.
And there are a couple on Wilmore Drive.
Okay. We didn't have, so the not having page numbers didn't help. This one we weren't sure about.
You have
I have it as no.
1553 is original.
There's
I think.
1553. This is
No,
original.
no, sorry.
Yeah, 1553 is original. What's original?
And then
so?
1729 Wilmore.
1729. This is definitely original. You can just tell by the stone. And then did I have another one? This one's definitely not. This one's not. You can tell that it was.
You have 2 on Westwood, 1 on Westwood.
Westwood.
308.
308. Yeah.
Yeah.
This one's unclear. I believe that was on my list of. I'm not really sure about this one.
Yeah.
But there definitely are. I mean, there definitely are some that's original stone.
So I'm looking at the, I guess, 2007 street view, and it looks like the porch is concrete, and then there's concrete steps and brick cheek walls. Would that have been considered the original, the concrete?
Yeah, the original shown on slide 9, it has the broken terracotta. It's a brick. This was original to the structure. The brick is original to this little small house. And then some more pictures.
So the trim detail, the beam above the porch, it really didn't change. We're just talking about below, like midway on the columns down.
Right. Right. And I think we asked Thomas last time, we might need to reopen, but I think he said that they just built out around the columns. Like that the columns they weren't cut off and, the stone bases added. It was just kind of built around them.
Why don't we just reopen? Because Thomas wanted to say something earlier anyway. So let's reopen for Mr. Beecher to answer that question.
That's correct. He just wrapped the lower portion of the wooden column with the stonework.
Okay. And Mr. Beecher, you had something you wanted to say or ask earlier.
I was curious if it mattered that you guys get renovation requests fairly frequently, I'm sure, in the historic districts. Is it a fairly common request to change the element from a element that was used in the period of significance to an element that was also used in the period of significance? But does that have a bearing on anything?
That's a great question. Christy can answer that.
I'm shaking my head no, because even though it might have been an equal choice, it was not the choice that the person who constructed this house made for a particular structure. Yeah. And the training that SHPO does with us and the commission and it's what we've repeated before, did the person who built the house, if they came back today, would they recognize it as what they built?
Yeah, which is difficult while we're open, just to be completely transparent. It's difficult because our SHPO, the Secretary of Interior Standards, it's all about context. Well, not just all about context, but it's a big part of it, right? And so a justification can be made using that, but then it's really hard to veer away from something, for me, that is, written so that we can apply it equally across the board. So the nice people in us want to say, keep it, it's cute, but it's just more difficult when you have to apply the standards. So anything else you want to ask?
I'm fairly familiar with the other historic districts, and I would challenge that Wilmore is a little bit unique.
We all think we are.
Yeah.
So is Wesley Heights.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I won't make that argument. Other than in this report, it talked about the deterioration of a lot of the houses in Wilmore, in which, just driving Wilmore, there are quite a few houses that are still in that state. And as property prices increase and we see more development in that area, I love just being there as an owner occupier that has plans to stay in there a long time. I hope that we can get Wilmore to a place where owner occupiers feel like they can make changes like this that for a deteriorating house to, encourage them to stay there. And anyway, that's the last thing I'll say.
Thank you. All right, we will close. Okay, so I'm just going to do a quick, oh, no, I don't have to do that. Commissioner Heineman?
Christy, can you review with us, given there's different parts and pieces to this that I think are interpreted in different ways per our standards, can you review with us the implications of the rulings? Should they go different ways on this?
So There's a couple of implications. First of all, allowing a change of material, you need to, decisions are made based on the unique characteristics and circumstances of a particular property. So did he demonstrate that he has, unique characteristics and circumstances to allow for this change? And if not, and you allow it, then I would not be at all surprised if future applicants came to you and held this up as an example of why they should be able to do the same thing. Whether or not they're asking for forgiveness or permission, the other point I'll make is you're not making this decision based on the work already being done. You're making this decision based on as if the work was not done. And this is a proposed project. So I know that makes it a little more difficult, but you are looking at this through the lens of no work's been done. This is what the house looks like. Here's what we're proposing the house and the grounds to look like. And how does or does not that meet the design standards, and how has the applicant used the facts of the design standards to prove his case? Jill, is there anything else we should add?
No, I was just kind of nodding in
Okay.
agreement. That sounded good. And one thing to kind of piggyback, one thing you said is it's not the personal circumstances of the applicant should not, play into consideration. Is focusing on the project. Like, as Christy stated, I thought it was well stated.
All right, so I'm going to do a quick round robin. If you are for allowing this, again, looking at it, as Christy said, pretend like it wasn't done. Would you allow it? Commissioner Walker? With evidence, with our standards, with all, yeah. With
Sorry.
evidence of context and.
Plus of the application showing evidence of
Mhm.
surrounding homes having similar sidewalk treatment, I would consider it.
Okay, so yes. Commissioner Lineberger?
I agree with Commissioner Hyman's initial statement that these are harder. I think it was this one, right? At the beginning, these are harder than, I'm sorry. I was just saying I would agree with Commissioner Hyman that started by saying these are harder applications, more difficult. Yeah, I mean, there's a wealth of evidence. I think that it exists. I'm not sure which way I would go, honestly.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Well, just looking at what I see was there before and looking at the standards, I would say it's unlikely.
Commissioner, thank you, Commissioner Whitlock. Commissioner Barth?
And I hate this because it's already there, but in dealing with several applications in these districts as well as my own home, I can think of a number of circumstances where this wouldn't have been approved on some other project. I additionally have a concern with a comment that the applicant made about how the stone piers were constructed around the wood columns. I mean, I'm certainly no professional in building science. Maybe some of our contractors can agree, but I think there may be an issue there with those columns rotting out over time. So I think many things need to be addressed here,
Okay,
apart from how it applies to our guidelines.
thank you, sir. Commissioner Heineman?
Commissioner Barth said exactly what I was going to say, which is my greatest concern actually is the piers that were built around the wood columns and the mortar of that construction leaching the moisture out of the wood columns.
Mhm.
And I would love it if Commissioner Whitlock would speak to that. If this were a new application of proposed work and not already constructed, based on our interpretation of the standards and consistency across applications, I would have been a yes on the walkways. I would have been easily swayed on the stairs, and I would have been a no on the porch and piers.
Okay. And I know it's your first meeting, Commissioner Wheat. Anything you want to add?
I would just agree with what Commissioner Heineman said, and I think if you extrapolate out other parts of it, it's easier to sort of give approval to the different parts.
Sure. And Commissioner Whitlock, you want to speak to the peers now, sir? Just shed some light on that for us, since
Oh,
it came
well,
up.
Yeah, I mean, if that would be something that you would really have to pay attention to, and you would have to there would have to be some type of flashing system so that water could not get down in there. If those were the original columns, they're probably not treated. And so they would be very susceptible to water damage and rot. So.
Yeah.
And I would add that if it's just caulked around the top of the stone, that would probably not be adequate measures.
Okay, and so, and personally, I believe in applying the standards equally unless the conditions themselves are warrant something else. So it sounds like, well, Commissioner Heineman, will you help with this, please? The walkways, we talk about materials and things like that and maintaining them. And so can you can you help explain why the walkways and changing any of the materials or in the stairs? Yeah, just
Sure.
share your thoughts.
Historically, I think we've handled what I would consider like landscaping applications with the Secretary of Interior Standard number 10, which really seeks to do no harm to the historic structure. And landscape materials, they tend to be transient. They tend to change over time, including walkways and stairs, and sometimes cheek walls. Cheek walls tend to be a little more permanence. And so I think that the walkways as installed and the stairs as installed are consistent with the character of the Wilmore District. I don't have concerns about the walkways and the stairs because they do no harm to the historic structure and they are less permanent in nature. They are more transient in nature. They are the original width. They're the original configuration. I take no issue with the walkways and stairs.
Okay. I just pulled this up. Looking at the section on fences and walls, retain, it's 8.6. Retain any existing historic fences and walls. Number 2, repair existing historic fences and walls by salvaging original parts or materials for a prominent location from a less prominent location. 3, for original historic retaining walls. It's retaining walls, but still it's like replace existing historic fences and walls by matching the material, height, and detail. And so it becomes a refrain over and over again with our materials that they're, according to our standards, they are to be repaired, not replaced. And if and when it's proven that they need to be replaced, it should be with like materials. And so it's a cheek wall. It's a cheek wall, right? Yeah.
I think if you go to 8.2 sidewalks and parking, that would be more appropriate for this.
Okay.
And it says walks and walkways in front and side yards should follow, for new construction, should follow the historic design patterns of the surrounding environment.
And it says, number 1, retain existing historic walkways.
Number 7.
And we are talking about cheek walls, so that would be, I mean, it's, when it comes to materials, it's, the applicants have had to prove why they want us to go back with a different material. That's been pretty consistent. So I don't know how we say yes to one application and like the property, it's not like there's something wrong with the property or special about it, or, I mean, it's special, but it's not different. There's not some kind of, what do we call it? Where the site is somehow extremely different from the rest of the properties. Like, there's no, that I can think of, reason why we would make an exception to standards that are repeated again and again. As much as we might want to. We do need to, just side note, when do we lose quorum, Christy? Krista, Jill, Jessica.
I need to leave as soon as we're finished with this.
Okay, and you, Jessica?
5:40, 5:45.
So we'll have 6 for, yeah. That's if it takes 30, 40 minutes. So let's make, thank you for that. Commissioner Heineman, do you want to, let's make this the last motion,
I don't know
maybe?
if my motion will pass or not, but
Well, it will be out there.
I just think that the strict adherence to the standards there is a distinction in the federal guidelines between the historic structure and the landscape around it. And I think that's clear in the federal guidelines. And so I do lean on those for something like this. So my motion would be to approve the walkways, to approve the stairs and cheek walls, and to deny the piers, and to deny the porch floor.
Okay. And do you have some standards you want to apply?
Sure, the standards for, I'm going to use 8.2, number 2, for the 2 approvals, the walkway, stairs, and cheek walls. And I'm going to use 4.8. Sorry, I'm also going to use the Secretary of Interior's number 10 for the walkways and cheek walls. And 4.8 right there.
Jessica, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could you start with the approval? Because if we have to split, we'll do 2 different
Yeah,
motions.
sure.
Thanks.
So I move to approve the walkways, the stairs and cheek walls per 8.2 number 2 and the Secretary of Interior standards number 10.
Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Hyman, seconded by,
Ask a question about that.
sure.
When you're talking about the cheek
Well,
walls,
actually, let's get a second and then we'll, during discussion. So motion made by, ladies, motion made by Commissioner Hyman, seconded by,
Question relevant to the motion and whether or not you would second it? Yeah. Go ahead.
yeah, the foundation for the porch,
Yes.
is that, are you considering that part of the cheek walls?
No, no, I'm not. This would be everything from the outside of the foundation of the porch into the landscape.
Right, okay.
okay. So motion made by Commissioner Hyman, seconded by, if we don't have a second, then we need another motion. Right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the motion fails.
Fails for lack of a second.
okay. All right, so, do we have anyone else willing to make a motion? Please. Commissioner Barth, thank you.
I really don't want to do this, but
Yeah.
For me, this would not, let me just speak through my thought process here. As it applies to section 8, oh, 8.2, number 1 and 7. And then there was another one on porches, rehabilitation of porch elements. I don't know the section. But for me, this would be.
As you talk through it, I'll find it for you. We'll find it
This
for
would
you.
be a denial, unfortunately.
Okay, it is 4.8
Yes.
for porches.
4.8, number 2. Yes.
Okay. We don't have anything, a standard applied to the cheek walls. Do we need that?
To me, that's covered under porches. I mean,
Okay.
it's-
All right. Thank you. All right. So motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Whitlock. Thank you, Commissioner Whitlock. All right. Any further discussion of this motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Lineberger,
No.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
No.
Commissioner Wheat,
No.
Commissioner Parati, yes. So that motion, wait, 1, 2, 3, yeah, that motion fails. It's 4-3. So it sounds like we need to split the difference somehow. So it sounds, let's try the third time, which is the charm. Commissioner Lineberger.
I guess I was closer to Jessica's motion. I feel like the porch is, I feel strongly about the porch that I don't feel like there's a good precedent for that. Like all of these examples, there's foundation that's stone, there's piers that are stone, and then I'm hearing the argument about the piers and the construction of those and the concern about that as well. So I guess that would be the splitting the difference for me would be approving the foundation and cheek walls and not the porch and the walkways, but just not the porch.
Approving the walkways or not approving the walkways? Well, you just restate your motion,
Sorry.
please. It's okay.
Well, I guess is that, you want me to go ahead and just make a motion?
Please.
Make a motion to approve the foundation and cheek walls and piers and walkways and deny the,
Well, let's take the first one first, okay? So one more time with feeling.
approve the foundation, cheek walls and sidewalks.
Okay.
Per guidelines, please.
Per 4.8? Number 2? Is there a second one?
.8, number 2 isn't going to make your point. It says repair and replace only.
I know, I was just reading that. Where's this? Does anyone else want to give it a shot?
We've had 2 so far and they both failed, one for lack of a second and one for lack of votes. So I'm kind of going with the people who voted yes, who didn't make a motion, who also didn't second.
Is there something everyone agrees on that you can make a motion? Like, let's make a motion on something everyone agrees on.
I think
which
so. I think I can make a motion.
And
that
I think I know what that is if you can't. Okay.
I move to deny the porch floor and the porch piers per 4.8 number 2.
All right, so motion made by Commissioner Heineman, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Barth. Let's vote on this. All right, Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. So that motion passes 6-1.
Okay, so that takes care of the porch floor and the piers.
Okay?
What about, can you break out the walkway? Can we
Okay,
get some agreement on the walkway?
I make a motion to approve the walkways
All right, motion to approve the walkways.
based on 8.2 number 2 and the Secretary of the Interior standards number 10.
Okay, 8.2, number 2, and which is about context and the Secretary of Interior Standards. Motion made by Commissioner Heineman, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Wheat. All right, any further discussion of the motion? Commissioner Walker? Yes. Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock? Commissioner Barth?
No.
Commissioner Heineman?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, no. Motion passes 5-2.
So all that we have left are the cheek walls and the foundation of the porch
And the stairs.
and the steps. Can you, is there any combination?
So to my mind, the foundation, oh, you're right, because I said porch floor.
You
The
said porch floor.
foundation falls under 4.4, number 5, which fairly clearly states that even if it had to be replaced, it would have to be the same material. It's very straightforward. So I would move to my third motion. Tonight.
Go out with a bang.
To deny the porch foundation.
All right, motion made. Third motion made by Commissioner Heineman, seconded by,
I'm basing that on 4.4, number 5.
thank you.
4.4 number 5 for everybody?
Sure. 4.4, number 5 says repair and replace deteriorated foundation materials such as brick and mortar. Match existing historic materials as closely as possible. Do not cover the foundation with wall cladding materials such as replacement siding.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Heineman, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Lineberger. Any further discussion of the motion? Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
No.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. That motion passes 5-2.
So what's left is the stairs and cheek walls, and my motion will not pass for that. So
Just try.
I'll do the same as I did before.
Let's see
I
what
move
happens.
to approve the stairs and cheek walls
Okay, motion made by based on,
based on 8.2, number 2, and the Secretary of the Interior standards number 10.
motion made by Commissioner Heineman, seconded by Commissioner Walker. Any further discussion of the motion? Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
No.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, no. Motion passes 5-2. Whew, thank you. Thank you all for that one. And so not a complete win, but not a complete loss, okay? All right. Thank you so much for your time, Thomas.
And I'll issue an official letter and we'll talk about next steps. Yep. Okay, so I believe Commissioner Walker is leaving the meeting at 5:13. We still have quorum, but I'm unsure if we can get through number 10, 1740.
I don't believe we can. I wish we could, but I don't believe we can.
Okay.
All right, so why don't we close out all together? And hopefully we can get those additional meetings on the books. Okay, let's see here. Before we close, just want to thank again Commissioner Heineman for her service and for going out with a bang and for giving us all of this extra time that you've given us. Thank you so much. So we have reached the end of our meeting, not the agenda, but our meeting. Is there any further business to discuss? Okay, well then let's do the minutes.
Not for November,
Not
for
for Nov-
October.
Okay. Who here among us looked at those minutes and is ready to make a motion?
We've just kind of been kicking the can on October, so.
All right, so let's kick the can down the road.
We have been kicking the can. We would love a decision on October. And
Yeah,
no
we
longer
would love
kicking
a
the can.
decision, but it sounds like we're going to continue
Okay, kicking the can.
continue to kick the can because no one is, okay?
Okay.
All right, so we've reached the end of the agenda. If there is no further business, then our meeting is adjourned at 5:14 PM.
Yeah, okay. Did you say that we were going to hear numbers 10, 12, 13, 14, and 15 at the beginning of the January agenda?
I did not say
Yeah,
that.
let's say that.
Okay, so we will hear the remaining items, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15 per usual,
Yeah.
at the beginning of the next meeting.
Right. I announced it a couple of times. The applicant deferred to the January meeting.
So we have someone here in the house who wants to know why number 3 didn't happen. And just to repeat what Christy said at the beginning of the meeting, the applicant has deferred. Okay?
The applicant deferred. We announced it both at the beginning of the meeting and after application number 2 that we were skipping number 3 and moving to number 4 because the applicant deferred.
Okay. And so now that we have all of that, once again, with feeling, the meeting is adjourned at 5:15 PM. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. I mean,